de medicina del sur, montañas, selvas y ríos, respiro que va directo al corazón. Tierra donde la guaira atraviesa el viento y tu pensamiento despierta profundamente en curación. Rituales de cura que es que guían, tus trabajo vuelve y vidas, cabellitos y caros puro amor. Rituales de cura que es que guían, tus trabajo vuelve y vidas, cabellitos y caros puro amor. Esta libertad que siento que me da visión en el tiempo, esta libertad que siembra semillas en ti muy adentro, que nos hace ver que unas veces hay mucha oscuridad y con mucha fe y simple claridad sentiremos paz, que nos hace ver que unas veces hay mucha oscuridad y con mucha fe y simple claridad sentiremos paz.
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están? Bien.
Good afternoon. How's everyone
¿Cómo
doing?
le fue?
All good?
Las adventures.
Recording in progress.
How
Sí.
were the adventures?
¿Quién ha ido?
Good? Who's gone? Who's
Muchos.
been there? Who
Yo sé
went?
que estaba lloviendo
Many
mucho por la
people.
mañana. Algunos sí quisieron quedarse
I
para
know
cama.
it was raining a lot, and many
Comprensible.
people who have
Pero sí, pregunto a
wanted
los que
to
fueron
stay
cómo fue.
in bed. It's understandable.
Las
But
fotos
those who went,
dicen todo,
how
¿no? Está muy
were the
bonito.
adventures? Well, pictures
Esta es la
speak a
primera vez que
lot.
estamos
It
haciendo
was
eso.
very
Seguro
pretty. This
que
is the very
vamos a
first
querer
time we're
escuchar
doing
cómo fue
this.
para que
And we would
sea
like
aún mejor
to
las próximas
hear
veces
to
también.
you so that next
Y
times we can
ahora
make
voy
things
a
even
hablar
better.
de una cosa muy importante que
Now I'm
es,
going to talk
tenemos
about
los
something very
slides acá, ¿sí?
important. We have the slides here,
Por favor.
please.
Well, tenemos los slides acá.
Well, do we have
sí?
the slides here? Almost?
Ok.
Okay.
¿Sí? Gracias.
Yes.
Bien. Aquí
Thank
tiene
you.
este
Okay,
que les
so
quería enseñar,
here
que es el
is
grupo.
what I wanted to show you.
el
This
grupo
is
donde tenemos
the
las
WhatsApp group
informaciones
where
acerca
we
de
have
lo que está
all of
pasando.
the
Entonces,
information
si hay
regarding
alguien
what's
que aquí no
happening.
está, por
So
favor,
if there is
esta es la hora
anyone
de
who's
hacer parte
not
de este grupo de
here,
WhatsApp.
please,
Por eso
this is
sacamos
time
este
to be
primero
part of
para
this
que
WhatsApp group.
puedan
That's
saber todo
why
lo que está
we
pasando.
put it
Así que voy
right
a hacer
here,
un
right
esfuerzo.
now,
Ya
so that
estamos con la
everyone
transmisión en
knows
vivo, ¿sí?
what's happening. We
Entonces,
are going
hello,
live right
bom
now,
dia,
right?
bom
Yes,
dia,
hello.
boa noite, good evening for all those watching us online. Hello. Gracias por haber retornado hoy o por se juntar a nosotros.
Thank you
para
for
ver
having
las
come
ponentes
back
muy hermosas que van a
today,
hacer su
for
parte hoy.
listening to our
Y
very
también voy a
special
reforzar aquí
speakers
también
today. And I will
informaciones
also
acerca de
be talking
informaciones
about
importantes que estamos haciendo la grabación en vivo de
important
todo lo que está pasando acá.
information.
También
We
que
are
no hay
streaming
donde cargar
live,
los celulares acá. Y la última cosa
and
es
we
que
have no
eso es
place
importante, las
to
entradas y
plug
salidas
cell
son entre
phones
las
here,
charlas.
and
¿Por qué eso? Para que
entering and
no
exiting
se molesten
will
los
only
ponentes que
happen
están
in
muy
between
concentrados en
talks
su charla aquí.
because the
Entonces, si hay
speakers are
movida,
very
movimiento entre
focused
las
on
charlas,
their
es un
talks. So
poco
if there is
malo para
movement
los que están
during the
aquí.
talks,
Esto es
it's
verdad,
not
no
good
los
for the
ponentes que han
people
hablado
there.
ayer. Sí,
So that's
la
true, right?
concentración es
For the
importante.
speakers
Muy bien.
who spoke yesterday,
Entonces,
concentration is
otra cosa que les
important,
quería
right?
contar ahora es
Yes,
parte
so
de
another
nuestro
thing that I wanted
proceso
to
de
tell you
curaduría.
about right
Hemos
now is
contado
part
con
of
este
our
apoyo,
process. We
así
have
que hay todas las
this
informaciones del
support.
evento, como saben,
So we
que
have
hemos hablado
all
ya.
of the event
Aquí
information, as we've
les quería
said
contar un poco de
before.
este
Here
proceso
I wanted
del
to
Brain
tell you a
Trust
little
que
bit
hemos
about the
construido
process of the
para
brain
hacer
trust
el
that we have
trabajo de curaduría
been
con
working
nosotros.
on
Entonces invitamos a
for
personas de
curators'
Ecuador,
work with us. We have people from Ecuador, from Brazil, from Colombia, from Peru as well, with different life stories who have been working with the Amazon for a while. And so they help us find the people who are here with us, sharing their thoughts. We have a knowledge database as well, and we always have the website open for people who want to nominate the speakers. As we have at least one event a year, we always look in this data bank names that we would like to know from regarding what's happening in the Amazon basin. And to represent this brain trust, this council, I wanted to call a dear friend that I actually hadn't met before. I got to meet her in January when we came here to see where we were doing this event. Is a beautiful person. Many people know her. We were able to have a talk in Sao Paulo with her that was amazing. And we talked about beautiful things back then. So I wanted to call Belén Payason here.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here in this very special country. Welcome, welcome everyone. Everyone from the Amazon who hold the Amazon in their hearts. We are all very happy of being here, starting this new session. Belém is going to be a part of this group, calling speakers and talking about some nice things at the end. Thank you, Belém, for everything. Thank you for being a part of this. So now, to begin with today's talks, I also have the honor of calling two dear friends that I've known for a while, with whom I have learned a lot about the connection paths, those connections with nature, with ancestral knowledge from the Quiros people in Peru, and also the Amazon. These are my two friends, Kike Pinto and Lourdes Monroy. Kike is a musician, musicologist. He has an amazing work of Indian and Amazonian music. He is the founder and director of Taki Museum, Cultural Center, and Institute in Cusco in Lima. He has lots of instruments, some pre-Columbian instruments, other more recent from different parts of the Andes. And Lourdes was born in Lima. She is the daughter of Indian migrants, and she studied psychology and education at the National University of San Marcos. She's a co-creator of the Taki Institute and the Museum of Andean and Amazonian musical instruments in here. They are a beautiful couple, so may you be welcome, my friends.
Tungurawa.
Tungurawa.
Wilka Yaku Chakta Pachamama. Hatun Taitakuna, Hatun Mamakuna, Wauke Panaikuna, Licencia Xmanta.
En comunidades indígenas de
In
los
indigenous
Andes
communities of the
se
Andes,
cuenta un mito que
there is a
surgió
myth
hace
that
varias
says
generaciones.
that
El mito nos
several
cuenta
generations
de dos hermanos
ago,
reyes,
two king brothers,
Incarri el rey Inca,
confronted each other. Inca Ri,
el
the Inca
rey
king, and
España.
España Ri, the king
Inca
of
Ri
Spain.
era el gobernante
Inca Ri
legítimo en
was
estas
the
tierras.
legitimate ruler of these
España
lands.
Ri era el hermano
España
menor.
Ri
Él era
was
codicioso
the youngest
y
brother.
ambicionaba
He
las
was
tierras
ambitious and
y
greedy
el poder de su
and
hermano.
wanted
Ambos
the lands and
hermanos
power
fueron a la
of
guerra.
his brother. Both
España
brothers
Ri
went to
creyó
war.
haber vencido
España
a su
Ri
hermano
thought
al
he had
cortarle la
vanquished
cabeza y las
his
extremidades.
brother by cutting his
La
head
cabeza
and
de Inca
limbs.
Ri fue
The head of
enviada,
Inca Ri
dicen algunos,
was sent,
muy
some
lejos,
say,
a España. Otros dicen
to
que fue
Spain.
enviado a Roma.
Others
Las
say they were
extremidades
sent to
fueron
Rome.
enviados a las 4
The head was
regiones del
sent to
mundo
Rome. The
para
limbs
allí
were
ser
buried in the
expuestas y
4
luego
corners
enterradas.
of the world. They were
Pero
first
Inca Ri
exposed and
no
then
murió.
buried, but Inca Ri
De
did
donde
not
fueron
die.
enterrados los cuerpos de Inca Ri,
Where Inca Ri's
brotaron
bodies
raíces.
were
Esas
buried,
raíces
roots came
están bajo
out.
la tierra
These
creciendo,
roots are underground,
buscándose unas a
growing,
otras.
looking for each
Dice
other.
una profecía que
A
cuando
prophecy says
cabeza y
that
extremidades de Inca Ri
when
se
the
vuelvan a
forelimbs and
encontrar,
head are
volverá el
reunited,
tiempo
a
de
time
armonía
of
entre el ser
harmony
humano
between
y
human beings
Pachamama y la
and
naturaleza.
nature.
Será el nuevo
Pachamama
tiempo
will
del Inca Ri.
return. It will be the new time for Inca Ri.
Seguramente ustedes saben que en
Most
los Andes
certainly you know
y
that
también en la
in the
Amazonía, como
Andes
también
and
aquí
also in the
en Ecuador,
Amazon and
hay
here
mucha
in
música,
Ecuador,
hay mucha
there is a
danza.
lot of music, lots of
Entre
dancing.
estas danzas tenemos unas que
Among these
representan en los
dances,
Andes, en las
there are
altas
some
montañas de
that
los Andes,
represent in the Andes, in the high
representan a
mountains
los
of the
habitantes
Andes,
de la selva
represent
amazónica.
the inhabitants of the Amazon
Ellos
jungle.
están subiendo a las altas
They
montañas
are
llevando
going
sus
up to the
ofrendas,
high mountains
sus
to bring their
objetos,
offerings,
plumas,
their
collares,
objects,
semillas, y llevando
feathers,
su música
necklaces,
y su
seeds,
danza.
and they take their
Estas
music and
danzas
dance there as
son
well.
una
These
expresión
dances
de un
are an
principio
expression
ético,
of
filosófico y
an
político
ethical,
que nosotros
philosophical, and
conocemos como el
political
principio del
principle we
Aini.
know as the
Aini quiere
principle
decir
of Aini.
reciprocidad.
Aini
En
means
este caso, esta
reciprocity.
reciprocidad entre
In
los
this
Andes
case, this
y la
reciprocity
Amazonía.
between the Andes and the Amazon.
Y a la vez, estas
And
danzas son también
at the
una
same time,
manifestación
these
y
dances
son
are
una
also a
invocación para que se
manifestation,
cumpla esa
and
profecía
they
del
are a
retorno
summon
de Inca
to
Rey.
come for this prophecy of the return of Inca
En el
Rey
tiempo
to
de esa
become a
guerra,
reality. Back
los
in the
Huilas
times of this
Uma,
world,
cabezas
the
oráculos,
Huila human,
antiguos
the oracle
sacerdotes del
heads,
tiempo de los
ancient
incas, al
priests
verse
of the
rodeado por
Incas,
los invasores
while being
españoles,
surrounded
decidieron
by
escapar,
the Spaniards,
llevando consigo
decided
sus
to
conocimientos,
run
sus
away,
saberes,
taking
para
with them
poder
their
resguardarlos.
wisdom, their knowledge, to be able
Bajaron
to
de las
keep
altas
them safe.
montañas
They went
hacia
down
las
from the high
profundidades de
mountains
la Amazonía,
towards the depth
en
of
espera
the
de que llegue el
Amazon,
día en que
waiting
nuevamente
for a day to
pueda
come
venir el
in
tiempo de
which
Inca Ri,
the time
el
of
tiempo de
Inca
comunión
Ri will
con
come
Pachamama.
back, the time of a communion with
Algunas de las
Mother Earth,
flautas que
Pachamama.
se tocan en
Some
estas
of the
danzas y otras
flutes
muchas danzas
played
también en las
in
altas
these
montañas de
dances
los
and other
Andes y
dances,
también
also in
en
the
estos
high
territorios
Andes
amazónicos
mountains and in the
se
Amazon,
ejecutan con unas flautas como las que hemos
are
tocado
carried out
al
with
inicio,
flutes as the
que
ones we
son
played
flautas
at the
muy especiales
beginning. These are
porque se
very
tienen que
special
tocar
flutes because they
en
need to
pareja.
be played in
Puede ser hombre,
couples.
hombre, mujer, mujer,
It can
hombre,
be
mujer,
two men, two women
pero
or
siempre
a
en
man
pareja.
and a
Yo no
woman,
tengo todos los
but
sonidos
always
que
as a
tiene mi
couple.
compañera.
I don't have all of the
Solo tengo
sounds that
algunos. No
my
puedo
partner
tocar
has.
una
I only
melodía.
have some of them. I
Y ella
cannot play
tampoco.
a full
Los que a ella
melody,
le faltan
and
los
she
tengo yo.
cannot do
Los que a
that
mí me
either.
faltan los tiene
What
ella.
she's missing
Pero
is
no
the ones that I
solamente
have, and
una
the ones that
pareja,
she
muchas
has
parejas
are the
y
ones that
muchos
I'm missing.
tamaños
But
de
it's not
flautas
only
que a
about
su
one
vez
single couple.
representan
Many
la comunidad. Desde niños, los pequeños van aprendiendo estas prácticas
couples,
que
many
son, una
sizes of
vez más,
flutes that start
esta
learning about these
expresión
practices,
de este
which
principio
are
filosófico,
this
ético y
expression
político,
of this
el principio del
philosophical,
AINI y de la
ethical, political
reciprocidad.
principle, the principle of AINI,
¿Cómo podemos
reciprocity.
saber, sentir
But
qué
how
es
can we
el
know?
AINI?
How can
¿Cómo
we
podemos
feel what
traerlo a
AINI
nuestra
is?
vida
How
cotidiana?
can we bring it into our
Vamos a
daily
hacer entonces
lives?
nosotros ahora
Well,
un ejercicio.
right now, we're
No les vamos a
going
poder
to
dar
put
flautas a
together an
todos
exercise. We
y
will not
todas
be
aquí,
able to give you all
pero lo vamos a hacer con
flutes,
nuestra voz
but we're going to do
y
this
con
with
nuestra
our
respiración.
voice and
Entonces,
with
nos vamos a
our
poner de pie
breathing. So let's all
y
stand
vamos a
up
separarnos en dos grupos.
and
Está
let's
fácil porque
split
aquí hay
into
un
two
callejón,
groups.
¿no?
This is easy
Entonces,
because
este
right in the
grupo
middle
me
we
sigue
have a
a mí,
pad. So
este
this group
grupo le
follows
sigue a
me,
Lourdes.
this other group
Y lo
follows
que primero
Lourdes.
vamos a hacer es
And
respirar de
what we are
manera
going to do
complementaria.
first is
Cuando
breathe
este grupo
complementarily.
inhala,
When
nosotros
this
esperamos.
group
Y
breathes
cuando
in,
este grupo
we wait.
exhala,
And when this
nosotros
group
inhalamos.
breathes out,
Entonces, de esa
we
manera
breathe
nunca se
in.
detiene
So
la
that way,
respiración. Sí, lo
breathing
vamos a hacer
never stops.
prestando
We are
atención al otro
going
grupo
to
para no
pay
perdernos, ¿no?
attention to the
A
other
ver,
group not to
comienza
get
el
lost,
grupo con
okay?
Lourdes. Inhalen
Let's
ustedes.
start with Lourdes group.
Eso,
Breathing.
levanten los brazos, es que se va.
Yes, raise your arms. Yes. Breathing.
Perfecto, está perfecto. Ahora lo
Perfect.
vamos a hacer
This is
con nuestras
perfect.
voces.
Now we're going
Es
to
una
do
canción
this with
muy
our
fácil.
voices.
La
This
melodía
is a
es
very
así.
easy song. This is the melody.
Y la letra también es así.
And the
Nada
lyrics.
más.
That's all.
Entonces, vamos a decir
So
ju,
we're going to say
ju, de manera complementaria.
oh,
Este grupo
complementing
comienza con
each other.
Lourdes.
This group
Primero un
starts with
ritmo un poco
Lourdes.
lento para no
First, a
equivocarnos.
slow rhythm,
Y luego que
not
ellos dijeron
to
ju, nos toca a
make
nosotros.
mistakes. And once
Cuando
they say
nosotros
who,
decimos,
then
ellos
we
esperan
do
y así vamos
so.
dialogando.
So
¿Sí?
in the
Un,
meanwhile, we
dos,
wait. So
listos,
1,
va.
2, we talk to each other.
Qué bien, increíble. Ahora lo vamos a hacer un poco más
Amazing,
rápido,
really amazing.
porque
Now let's do it
nuestros
faster
maestros lo hacen más rápido.
because our masters do it. Do it faster.
Dos, listos, va.
1, 2, go.
Muy bien, ahora sí, un poco más
Well,
rápido.
now
Más o
faster.
menos como lo hacen ellos.
Let's say more or less how they did.
Un, dos, listos, va. Nos vamos a sentar y cerrar los ojos. Y
Let's
ahora
sit
vamos a
down,
escuchar
close
a
our
nuestros
eyes,
maestros
and
a ver
now
qué tal hemos
let's
aprendido.
listen to the
Vamos a ver si hemos
masters
aprendido.
to see how well have we learned this, okay? Let's see if we actually learned it.
Cerramos los ojos.
Let's close our eyes.
Y esto puede tomar muchas
And
horas
this can take
danzando y
many
cantando de esta
hours,
forma.
dancing and
También se puede
singing
hacer
this
con
way.
flautas.
And we can also do this
Nuestros
with
abuelos
flutes. Our
observaron la
grandparents
naturaleza
observed
y
nature,
se dieron cuenta de un
and they
principio que
realized
la ciencia moderna llama
about a
simbiosis.
principle that
Es decir,
modern science
esta
calls
relación,
symbiosis.
por
That
ejemplo,
is,
el árbol
this
necesita
relationship,
alimentar
let's
sus
say,
raíces, pero
trees
no basta que
need to
esté
feed
las
their
raíces
roots,
debajo de la
but it's
tierra.
not only enough
Hay
to have roots
pequeños animalitos,
underground. There
gusanitos,
are tiny animals,
microorganismos y
worms,
muchos seres que viven
microorganisms,
ahí,
and many
pero ellos tienen
beings
que vivir en la
inhabiting this
oscuridad
soil,
y
but
en
they
la
need
humedad.
to live in the
Y ellos
dark and
ayudan al
in the
árbol
moist,
a
and they
tomar los
help the
alimentos.
tree take
Pero
the
el árbol
food.
les garantiza
But the tree
esa humedad y esa
guarantees
oscuridad.
this shade
En las
and this
ramas de los árboles,
moisture in the
los
trees,
pájaros,
in its
las aves hacen
branches.
sus nidos y
Birds
viven muchos
build their
animales también.
nests, and
Y
many,
ellos
many animals live
fertilizan
there as
el
well.
suelo
And they
y les ayudan a
fertilize the
los árboles a
soil
llevar sus
and
semillas
help
y
trees
reproducirse y
take their
multiplicarse.
seeds
Todo en la
around,
vida
reproduce, and
vive
multiply.
en
So everything in life
simbiosis. Es lo que
lives
nosotros
in
llamamos
symbiosis.
AINI.
This is what we
Y
call
ese AINI también
Aini.
se practica
And this
entre el ser
Aini
humano
is also
y
practiced in
la
between
Pachamama,
human
la
beings
naturaleza.
and the
Eso fue lo que
Pachamama,
nos enseñaron
nature.
nuestros
This is
antepasados.
what our elders taught us.
Vivimos en conciencia de que
We
solo por el hecho
live
de estar
aware of the
vivos
fact that just by
estamos
being
recibiendo.
alive, we are
Recibimos
receiving. We
Recibimos el
receive
aire
a
que
lot.
respiramos.
We
Recibimos el
receive
agua
the
que
air
bebemos.
that we breathe. We
Recibimos
receive
una tierra
the
para
water we drink. We
desplazarnos.
receive
Y
ground
esta
to walk
conciencia
around.
nos produce
And this
un
awareness
sentimiento que no
produces
es
a
un
feeling,
sentimiento de
a
culpa,
feeling which
de
is not
pena.
a feeling
Es
of
un
sorrow
sentimiento de
or of
gratitud
guilt. This
profunda.
is a feeling of deep, profound
En este
gratitude.
momento que estamos vivos,
In this
con
moment
esta
that we
conciencia,
are
con
alive,
este
with
sentimiento,
this awareness
podemos
and this feeling,
recibir
we
con
can
gratitud
receive
lo que
in
nuestros
gratitude
antepasados
what
nos han
our
legado para que
ancestors
podamos estar
have
vivos.
inherited us for
Y
us to
nos
be
proyectamos
alive.
al futuro, a las
And
nuevas
we look
generaciones,
forward into the
con
future. We look at the
responsabilidad
new
de lo que
generations
vamos a
with
dejar
full
para ellas.
responsibility of what we are going to
Recibimos con
leave
amor
behind for
y
them. We
ofrendamos con
receive
amor.
in love and we
Y es
offer
esto
in
lo
love.
que significa
And
este
this
principio, el
is
principio del
what
AINI.
this Aini
Entre
principle is
hombres y
about.
mujeres, entre
Between men
los
and
antepasados
women,
y las generaciones que van a
between
venir,
the elders and the
entre los
new
abuelitos y
upcoming
las
generations,
guaguitas,
between grandparents
entre los
and their
pueblos, una
grandkids,
comunidad de las
between the
turbas
peoples,
con
a
una comunidad de
community
la
in the
parte baja,
highlands and a community in the
los
lowlands,
territorios, ¿no? Los
the
Andes, la Amazonía.
territories, the Andes, the
Eh,
Amazon.
Pero no solo los seres humanos,
But
los
it's
seres
not
humanos
only about
con los
human beings,
animales.
it's about
Ellos
human
también son
beings with
nuestra familia.
animals. They
Y
are
con ellos
also
también
our
practicamos el
family,
AINI.
and we also
Las
practice
plantas
Aini with them, as
y
well as
hasta
with the
las
plants
montañas.
and
Aquí
even the
tenemos el Apo
mountains.
Tungurahua,
Here we
las
have
montañas
the
sagradas,
Tungurawa Apo, the
las
sacred
aguas sagradas.
mountains,
Este lugar se
the
llama
sacred
Baños de
waters.
Agua Santa.
This place is
Wilcayacu,
called
Agua
Baños de
Santa.
Agua Santa,
Eso es lo que
Wilcayacu
significa.
Agua Santa,
Así vivimos en AINI,
holy
porque para
water.
nuestras antiguas
So this
tradiciones
is
y
how
para
we
los
live in
abuelos, las
Aini,
abuelas,
because based on our
todo lo que
traditions,
nos
as our
rodea
grandparents
tiene
used to
conciencia
say,
y tiene
everything around
sentimiento.
us has awareness and feelings. Thank you very much. From that place of gratefulness, from this Aini wisdom, from the principle of all times, also remembering the word Pachamama, which is not only the word for Mother Earth, but for the passage of the universe, for the past, present, and future. We're here. We are all together, interconnected, talking about connection. And we are at a place, Wilca Santa, the Saint Waters Bath. This is a place that comes to the Pastasa Canyon. Some of you visited some places close to the basin that starts going down to the Pastasa River. And there are some places where the last glaciation, these places were not covered by ice, and the wisdom that came from there is a superior, a higher intelligence that has inhabited the place for many years, that was connected to the first inhabitants of this land. This wisdom, this intelligence brings, for example, brings us back to reflecting on the technology of indigenous peoples in relation with the direct connection with nature and the forests. Thousands of years it took to them to understand that they can actually generate, a vine can generate medicines, or that were a connection from the spiritual to the material world, opening the doors for the activities that these people needed to do these years on hunting, on how to build houses. And it's amazing to see that this connection in between the natural world and the peoples inhabiting this land is alive. It is in place, and it's one of the most powerful technologies in this time. Today, I am going to introduce Mino Parahoe, who is a specialist, a Surinamese specialist in natural resources management and agroforestry systems. Before joining the Amazon Conservation Team, she worked at WWF Guyanas and UNDP GAP projects in Suriname. Since 2014, she has led ACT's program in the country, and today is regional director for the Northeast Amazon, leading the protection of forests and territorial rights in Suriname, Guyana, and French Guiana. Let's welcome Mina.
Thank you. After 11 years being a researcher and working in wetlands and savannas, I joined the conservation world, the conventional one where we were studying species, habitats, and ecosystems. After a while, I got the opportunity to join Amazon Conservation Team. By that time, biocultural conservation came to my path. Biocultural conservation was what led Amazon Conservation Team. What was this new concept? It was the concept where people and communities stood in the center, where you had to look at relationships these communities had with their territory, with their environment, with their beliefs, and different level of information and data that should be integrated in why and how you should work with them. Around that time, we at ACT were trying to expand our operation from South Suriname to more closer related communities closer to the capital. Around that time, we were approached by the Matawai. The Matawai is one of the Afro descendants, one of the 6 groups that were centered in Suriname and were the ancestral the plantation slavery around 300 years. These Afros, Surinamese, settled in the center and they started from there to create their communities. This community consisted of 10 villages with very little people, 150, mainly elders and young people. Their territory had lush forest, rapids, and with this very nice environment, we saw that they had also ambitions to use their resources to economic exploitation. They first approached ACT to assist with mapping and planning. We then introduced from South Suriname our brothers, our trio brothers who had already gone through the process. Thank you. They went already through the process and came here to assist the community in really bringing traditional knowledge to integrate that with technology and get to mapping. All right. Maybe you can do that for me?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
We'll start again, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Let's start again. I think you're pressing the wrong button. Maybe this is the right button.
But
This is
yeah.
it, okay? You can
Okay.
start again, okay?
I
Take a
can.
bit
I
deep
can.
breath and start again.
Okay.
Okay?
But it's just not going.
No, because it's going to be much better. Okay. Okay, can you put the clock again, please? All right. Okay.
We'll try it again.
Start
All right.
over. Start
Okay.
over. Yeah.
So you heard it before, but I will repeat it again. So after 11 years of researching in wetlands and savannas, I got the opportunity to enter the conservation world. The conventional one, where we're looking at species, habitats, and ecosystems. And at a certain point, I got the opportunity to join the Amazon conservation team. Biocultural conservation was the concept, was important to the organization. One where communities were in the center, and from there the relationship with territories, with beliefs, with tradition, with culture, with nature was very important. During that time, ACT was also internally looking at ways to expand the territory, their scope of work closer to the city. Around that time, again, we had this opportunity to meet the Matawai people. Matawai was one of the 6 Afro-descendants community in Suriname. The ancestral fled slavery, and they were located, they settled in the center of the country. This community approached us by the time to assist them with mapping and with planning. 10 villages around this area, the center of Suriname, with about 150 inhabitants, mainly elders and children, were the ones living in this lush environment, forest, abundant forest, rivers, rapids, and very scarce populated villages. We understood that mapping couldn't be done by us. We should bring others to help this community. At that time, we looked at the most southern community in Suriname, the trios who had already done this work before. With their own knowledge and technology, they were able to map their own memories. We brought Keng Kumu from South Suriname to Matawai, and he was able to train this local Afro-descendant community in using technology, in mapping all that they knew about their territories, women, elders, and young people, children. They all brought another level of knowledge to the mapping. But Keng also noticed that the Matawai resembled his way of living, the way the indigenous were living in the very south of Suriname. They became friends, and from there he started to teach them how to use forest resources to make utensils. Then came another friend from South Suriname, Kamania. He knew traditional medicines, and together with the Afro-descendant community, they walked forest. And knowledge that was dormant started to resurface. A culture was now being revived. They started to make maps, first in workshops, mapping all of the knowledge, and after that, going to the field and doing the validation. Every place had a story. Every location had something to be shared. And there started the mapping of memories. These types of maps were created, all with local names for creeks, rivers, rapids, and on. But the stories led to another development. Interest from the youth, from the others in the community to capture all these valuable memories that were shared suddenly by the elders. The Oral History Project emerged. In order to reach the youth that was leaving these communities and you that were not really interested in what was happening around them, technology was one way trying to reach the locals, the local children, and those who left the community trying to connect with them through technology. Along the same time, we saw that community members, leadership, government, and private entrepreneurs started to build a road to Matawai. Logging became an opportunity for them to gain income. You know, the exchange between the trios and the Matawai led not only to requesting for a traditional clinic. Now they were reviving their culture. They also got interested in setting up a rangers program. You can imagine rangers now being introduced into logging started to raise questions, and conflict started to emerge. Conflict around what were the revenues? Where were they going? What was invested in the communities? Nothing was being observed by these youth. They got engaged in biodiversity conservation. and they were aware of all the environment, the landscape that they had to their disposal, and little income that was coming to them. Matawai had to decide after 10 years of logging that they had to revisit the path they wanted to follow, the planning part. Because they still had this, the mountains, rock climbing, the culture. So community-based tourism was finally proposed by the community, and a decision was made to keep mining out. Community-based tourism had to result in more benefit sharing, in taking ownership, in being responsible, in developing the product and getting tourists there, not only to get them there, but to have the culture, the environment preserved and earn from it. Now, having a rich culture led to the following. The Matawai Liba project was developed. Liba means river, and the river was meant to connect 10 of the villages to give them access to agricultural plots, to the hunting sites, the fishing sites, but also a lot of adventure that was possible in this region. This community-based tourism should be something of the community, having the resources in place, not to deplete them, but to add more pride to the local community from where the youth was trying to escape the community and leave. So this was one of the attempts, and the latest attempt of Matawai in trying to keep the people and use the resources. Now I'm coming back to my earlier stated question. What was biodiversity, biocultural conservation? Biocultural conservation, the answer is given by the Matawai in their own way. We want to protect our territory. We want to live from it. We want to earn from it in a sustainable way. We want to keep our traditional knowledge to us and transfer to the youth. And we need to be the owners of it. We are not the beneficiaries only. We are the guardians. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mino. Thank you for starting again as well. I know it's difficult, pero es muy importante porque al final este video
But it
va a
is very
rodar,
important
entonces para estar
because
más,
this video will be
ser limpio, sí,
uploaded,
mejor para
so that
los
way it
que
can be
van a
cleaner
asistir.
and it is better for the people who
Ahora,
will be looking at it.
les quería pedir una nueva
So
ronda de
I
aplausos para
wanted
Mino, que
to
tuvo que
ask you
empezar
for a new round of applause for Mino,
Another
who
round of
had
applause
to
for Mino.
restart.
Okay. Ahora voy a llamar a una persona muy especial
Okay,
para
now I'm going to
saludar,
call a
que es
very
la directora general de
special
TEDxAmazônia,
person,
Mari Camardelli.
which is
Bienvenida.
Mari Camardelli from Divini. She's TEDx CEO.
Boa tarde.
TEDxAmazônia CEO. Buenas tardes.
Ahí mejor.
Good afternoon. Is
Good
that better?
Mejor, voy a intentar en español.
I'm going to
porque
try and
hice
speak
una
in
promesa
Spanish because
que
I made a
iba a aprender español.
promise that I was
Entonces,
going
medidas
to
están bien,
learn
estamos así.
Spanish. So let me know
Me
if
tiene
it's
me tiene que
okay or not.
contestar.
You
Así
need
mejor,
to
¿no?
answer back. Okay, is that better?
Ay, qué bien.
Okay,
Qué lindo ver
good.
tanta gente aquí.
It's nice to see so many people here.
Entonces, soy la responsable por
I
todo
am
todo
the
no pasa
person
aquí,
responsible for
lo que está
everything
afuera, las
that doesn't
experiencias,
happen here, but
la
what that happens
comida y bueno,
outside,
todo, un poco de
experiences,
todo.
food, well, a
Entonces,
little bit of everything,
quería
you know?
empezar pidiéndoles
So
disculpas
I wanted
porque
to,
hoy
first of all,
aprendemos que no
apologize to
somos
you
una agencia de
because we
turismo.
learned today that we are not a
Y algunas
tourism
cositas
agency.
pasaron
or travel agency, and some things went wrong in the experiences. Can you? And I apologize. Please excuse me. Well, made people walk and so on. We didn't realize that this is hard to coordinate everything. Maybe next year we can have a travel agency here to help us. The adventure was to actually organize adventures. So we apologize. There are people in the team who are very sad because they thought, how do you say? Sad? Yes, sad. Sad? Yes, no. Oh, disappointed? No, no, no. This person who is very sad is my sister. So let's not make my sister sad. That's it. That's the first thing. The second point is that I want to thank some people who are not here, but who are part of what we are seeing. They are craftspeople, crafts ladies, I don't people who have soon, and people from the in market, the artisan market in Quito, that have made things. These things that people have around are made in Brazil from where we come. There are people in this event, and we have made an impact with this, with the things that we have selected on when we started TEDxAmazônia. What's important for me is that whatever we have is made by people who will get more income, you know? And talking about money, do I look beautiful with this? Say yes. Come on, say yes. Yes? Okay, this is a joke in Brazil because I would go to the stage and I was asking, am I beautiful? And then a joke started, but I am beautiful because I was given this. And this is from the Curie women who have their organization called Curimuyo, and they are out there with their handcrafts. So they are here inside. Oh, so great. And there are more women and more people who are outside selling. So please go spend some money there. Okay. Thank you. What do I need to talk? Oh, I need to talk about this. That's him? Yes. Oh, that's him, my husband. Yes. Yeah, you didn't know that, right? Well, in Brazil, people do know about that. Well, now you know. So this is why I do not come to the stage much, because we fought in the stage a lot last year, and that was it. So you've seen the team with this t-shirt, right? Yes, it's pretty. I have people saying yes, no, yes, no. Well, this t-shirt was made by a partner that gave it to the team. I gave it to the speakers as well, but if you want to buy it to take as a souvenir, it's outside. You can purchase it. It's called Regions, which is a special Roland edition, okay? And the people making this t-shirt is the artist that Andre Hook, who is part of our team. There he is. Hey. So we started working together in Brazil, and there I made him an invitation for him to become a part of the TEDxAmazônia team, and he's made what you're seeing, which is great. And to talk about an artist, I don't know if here we have my new artist. We have a new artist. Yes. I am going to introduce him as well. So art comes from one to the other. This is 2028. And on Sunday, when we close, you will know more about this. I can't say anything, and I will present Peter Tan, who also has his art outside. So please go spend some money there as well, okay? Lots of money, please, yes. Peter Tan is an Ecuadorian creator, artist, and muralist working on interpreting Latin American roots from a contemporary perspective. His work puts together identity, territory, and sacred nature and invites us to reconnect with our roots and environment. I want to say something. I spent your money, I bought some art, but that's fine, right? Yeah, yeah. He has worked on murals in Latin America, and Europe, and all over in places like TEDx, and he is invited to TEDxAmazônia. He's the only Ecuadorian artist with a permanent um, exhibition in the Amsterdam Museum. I didn't know all of this when I invited you. So here it is. You start moving like this. Is this because I'm talking too much? No, no, it's good. That's a signal. It's like he's moving. Well, there's one more. It's not here. Oh no. I have one more invitation. Humberto, can you put it there? No, too far? No? Okay. I'm going to make the invitation because I want to. So today, this evening, you're free, so you can make friends and you can have dinner with your new friends. And tomorrow we have a closing, which is going to be and TED Countdown invited us to it, and TED Countdown is the parent of TEDx Amazonia. So everyone's invited. Come on, I just invited you all to dinner. Okay, better. That's it. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the patience. Thank you for the heart. And thank you for believing in this crazy event that we put together in a different country. Thank you very much.
Sí, el año pasado hemos invitado a ponentes desde
Last year, we have invited speakers from Cameroon. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to say Cameroon. Sorry, this is Portuguese and Spanish from Cameroon. And why? Because I'm from Indonesia. Why? Because we wanted to make the connection of the three basins, the Amazon region, Congo, and the Southeast Asia. So we really loved the idea, and we thought that it was necessary to lay this bridge, and we want to do this more and more. This time we have the Tinner facility, which is one of the suppliers of this, or one of the partners of this event, so that we can make this much stronger. So we're going to have also people from the Asian and African continents from this point forward in this event. So this year we have invited a speaker from Congo, from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Dominique. Unfortunately, he was not able to get visa to come to Ecuador. Well, the Democratic Republic of Congo had a war recently. It's not too many years. So he lives in Nairobi, but he's from Congo because of his work, and that's why he is not able to go to many countries. He works in the preservation of the gorillas in the protected forest. But Dominique sent a video that we are going to present because he did his part, he prepared his talk to the last minute. In the last minute, he didn't have much time to get his flight ticket and the visa, but he sent out this video to you all And we would like to honor the work that he created in all the work that he did.
Thank you so much for making this possible. We have a spot for you next year in Belém. Okay, the video.
Thank you very much. The Congo Basin and the Amazon, where everything connects, are the two biggest tropical biomes on the planet. They share similarities for their vital importance for species, climate regulations, and indigenous people subsistence. The struggle for local communities and indigenous people are also the same in both basins. The Congo Basin is the second largest tropical rainforest on the planet and spans 6 countries. The Democratic Republic of Congo, my country, is the second largest country in Africa and alone contains about 80% of the Congo Basin forest, a single country bearing the responsibility of a whole biome. However, when you search for the DRC on Google or on other engine, what come out are Ebola outbreaks, minerals, war, crisis, and other forms of chaos. What you don't find are the guardians protecting these forests, their efforts to preserve species that exist nowhere else on Earth, including gorillas, okapis, bonobos, and many more. This forest stores carbon that, if released, would shift the global climate balance. This biodiversity richness is also overlapped by huge critical and strategic minerals deposits, including those which are essential for our planet energy transition today, such as cobalt, coltan, lithium, and others. I'm pretty sure that the phone in your pocket probably carries a piece of the Congo. The battery in the electric car that will replace fossil fuels probably does too. So the world needs Congo in 2 ways that seem contradictory. First is for the forests that regulates the climate and harbors a rich biodiversity and endemic species. And second, it's for the minerals that power the global energy transition. And the people living in the middle of all this, who have always lived in the middle of all this, need peace. Peace to do what they've always known how to do, which is protecting forest. They need peace and accountability from governmental institutions and officials. The mixture of richness in biodiversity and critical minerals on the same land in DRC requires to carefully design conservation and community development interventions that aligns with the global economy strategies while diversifying sources of local economies for communities, preserving the forest, and respecting indigenous people, cultural values, and on the land. Modern conservation's protect areas didn't address this challenge in the Congo Basin region. Most of them considered communities as forest people and forest people as enemies of nature, rather than element of nature. To protect species, they had to expulse communities from their traditional lands. My own family and my community, along with the Batwa or Pygmies indigenous people, were also victims of these modern conservation errors in 1970s. In 1992, when I was 20 years old, I started my conservation work to mediate between protected areas managers and affected surrounding communities who could not access natural resources anymore for their subsistence. After struggling for decades, facing rigid policies and laws on protected areas in DRC, I founded the Strong Roots Congo in 2009 to work with local communities and indigenous people to advance land rights, to protect wildlife, and to valorize traditional governance systems in natural resources management in the Congo Basin region. One of Strong Roots' programs is to secure a biodiversity corridor of 1 million hectares in Eastern DRC. This corridor, which with full governance and management by local communities and the indigenous people, is composed of 39 contiguous community forests and connects to existing protected areas in Eastern DRC. This corridor not only secures land rights for these communities, but also improves their governance and management systems over the forest and other natural resources and species. It also improves sustainable livelihood for these forest communities. Strong Roots was instrumental with contribution to the community forestry law in 2014, which is currently the legal basis for this corridor. The corridor has contributed to resolve land conflicts among communities and with other entities, including with the protected areas that it connects in DRC, but also promoting good governance and management of natural resources in the country. The Grauris gorilla, which is endemic to this landscape and whose declined by 80% of their population between 1998 and 2016, saw a slightly increase again between 3,800 to 6,800 individuals in 2021. Half of these gorillas live in community forests outside protected areas. Many other species of birds and caterpillars and others that disappeared for about 30 years are also coming back on the landscape. Supporting communities by recognizing and promoting the traditional knowledge and practices, including customary regulations that they have applied to preserve species for centuries, can substantially contribute to restore species and landscape in the Congo Basin region. Also, harmonizing this community-based ecological knowledge with science and new technologies and supporting collective traditional land tenure is a way to social justice in the region. While funding is important for these processes, respect for indigenous people and local communities and of their ways of living on their traditional lands is key. Thank you very much.
Hola con todos, ¿estamos? ¿Qué tal todos los
Hello,
amazónicos?
everyone. How all Amazonians are doing? Are you here?
Esa es, muy bien.
Are you awakened? That's great.
Contenta, voy a presentar a mi
I'm
hermana
so
Ruca.
happy now. I'm going to present my sister Ruka
Bolingui,
Sumbulingi
Toraja de Sulawesi. She's
from the
first,
Toraja people of
secretary
Sulawesi.
From the General Alliance of the Indigenous Peoples in Indonesia. Her organization is AMAN, which is the largest organization, indigenous organization around the world, with more than 2,300 communities in Indonesia. She was elected in 2017 and re-elected in 2027, and she has been working for JAPAMA and also as a specialist in the UNDP Asia Pacific. Sister Ruka, you have been having a really long trip to get here. I know that you fly from Yakarta, like maybe more than 24 hours, maybe 30 hours in the plane, but we are here 4 days. 40 hours. So we are really inspired. We know that you must be a little tired, but welcome, Ruka's sister, in this space. The floor is yours.
Bongimelo, good evening. Let me start with numbers. In Ecuador, 1.3 million indigenous peoples. In Brazil, 1.7 million indigenous peoples, more than 300 nations. In Ecuador, I forgot to mention 14 nations. The Amazon across 9 countries. And in Asia, more than 300 million indigenous peoples, including my people. In the whole world, we have 476 million indigenous peoples. And that is only 6% of the whole global populations. But this whole 6% protect 80% of life left on Earth today. Let me repeat again. 6% protecting 80% of the life on Earth. You are looking at the guardians, and I am looking at the guardians too today. Across the globe, we found indigenous peoples speaking the same sentence in more than 1,000 languages. And I have traveled across the globe, the same sentence in different languages, that the forest is not resource, the forest is relatives. And this is also how we see this in our own people. The forest is not resources, the forest is relatives. In Ecuador, they say it. In Brazil, in Peru, we just heard about that now. In Indonesia, in Thailand, in Malaysia, in India, we say it. Forest is our relatives. And now we'll explain that what it means from the place I came from Toraja. And then later on, I will ask you to do something. This is my homeland. My name is Ruka Sombolinggi. I am a Toraja it's the mountains part of Sulawesi Island in Indonesia. And I am the daughter of Pak Sombolinggi and Ibu Denupa. Where I came from, the Toraja, I came from Tondok Toraya, which means the land of the Toraja peoples. And in Toraja, we are very, very far from here. It's exactly across the globe, 12 hours ahead from this place. But we are very far, but I think you will recognize us. In our language, we say one word, we say Talu Lolona. Talu means tree, and lolo means sprout. The young part of a tree. And lolo means sprout. And there are 3 sprouts. Lolo tau is human being. Lolo patuan is the animal beings. Lolo tananan is the plants being. What you don't see here is the ladders. There is no human on the top step or animal on the top step. There is no top, there is no bottom. It's equal. It is sibling, human, animal, and plants growing together. And this is why when the buffalo is sick, my family is sick. When the rice is suffering, my family is suffering. When the forest is cut, one of my family has died. That is why when we talk about protecting the ecosystem, I'm very careful, because protecting in ecosystem for indigenous peoples is not a technical team. It is not measuring. It is not mapping. It is not writing down the plan, hiring consultant. No, it is kinship. It is taking care of our family. And they are also taking care of us. That's the whole that's the whole thing. That's the whole science in Toraja we developed for thousands of years. And it fits in one word, Talu Lolona. When I was a child, I thought I'm very lucky, and I thought all of indigenous peoples live like the way we are. We still have our land, we still have our indigenous law, we still have our governance intact. When we have dispute over land, over marriages, over inheritance, we don't go to the police stations. First, we use our indigenous legal system. We talk, we have dialogues. And I thought all indigenous peoples still the same. But then I traveled across Indonesia and I met indigenous peoples who can no longer do that. I've met indigenous peoples who have no more land to dispute over it, who have no more law, whose forest has become plantations, palm plantations, whose river has become mining, whose indigenous elders put in jail because cutting down the trees that our grandparents planted. I realize we are not smart as Toraja that we give our law. I realize that we still keep our law because we never give up our land, and our land was never taken from us. Because when the land is gone, everything is gone. When the land is gone, the name of the plants is gone. The name of the animal has gone. The language is gone. The ceremonies is gone. Everything is gone. When the land stayed, everything stayed. So when people ask me, what is the answer to the problems of indigenous peoples today? My answer is very boring, but it's not new. My answer is return the land. Give us the land back. Recognize our land. That's all that matters. Because when the land stays, everything will stay. And if the land is recognized, the rest we will do it ourselves. Persumanga, thank you. When I grew up, our friends, my parents' friends, used to come to our house. They came and ate our food. They sleep on the floor. They talk all night. They talk about the land issues. They talk about the government issues. They talk all night about who is getting into jail that month. I didn't realize that I was witnessing something happen. And that is my organization's Aliansi Masyarakat Adat Nusantara. They say to the government, if the state does not recognize us, we will not recognize the state. That was in 1999. But what I learned from that visits to my parents' house, from what I learned from the discussions on the floor, that one people alone can be defeated easily. But people, when we are united, we will stay together. And unity is not something sentimental. unity is about survival. And I meant unity is not just among the Toraja. Unity is among the Toraja and the Yanomami, the Kicha and the Igorot, among all of us indigenous peoples. Because why? We are fighting the same enemy. We are fighting the same destructive companies. Sometimes, very often, we are fighting the very same company, just in different places. So now, let me tell you the hardest part. Today, the most protected forest under the sky is the most targeted land on earth. And why? Because it is no longer the old destructions like logging, cattle, plantations. Now, they are digging for minerals. They are digging for metals, for nickel, for lithium, and that's for battery. In my island, they're tearing up, in my island Sulawesi, they're tearing up the forest for nickel. And somebody, rich person in the city, they buy the battery card and they thought they are helping the planets. They don't realize the cost for that is my island. And now let me tell you about my region, Asia. Some of you, maybe you have never heard about Asia. My region is the home of 2/3 of indigenous peoples of the world. More than 300 million indigenous peoples lives in Asia. 2 out of 3 indigenous peoples in the world lives in Asia. But when people talk about promise about money, in Asia, we only have less than 10%. So we are the majority of the indigenous peoples of the world, but we receive very little of the money that is promised. But then, the whole global spending on climate, only 1% reach the indigenous peoples. Many of them, most of the money, stay in the offices in between. But let me tell you this. When I say very little for indigenous peoples in Asia, what does it mean? It means for the people who make the decisions about money, the majority of indigenous peoples in Asia are invisible. And you cannot protect people that you cannot see. And you cannot see us in Asia. So now, let me talk about something hopeful, but supposed to be, I want to say something very true, that we cannot do this alone. We've been told that we protect the nature. But people don't know that we protect the nature with our body. Every year, many of indigenous peoples are being killed because of we protecting the Mother Earth. And we are asked to hold on. But we can no longer do this. Why? Because our forest is not our private gardens. Our forests make your rains, make your air, and make your food possible. So protecting us is not about just protecting the forest, but you are protecting your relatives, your food, your own kind. 3 things I want to ask from here. First, land rights. Recognize it, collective rights. And the second one is direct support, money that arrives to the community. And the third one is ask where your things comes from. Ask where your battery comes from, where your mobile phone comes from. Maybe it's from our indigenous territory. Because we can only do this, we can only protect our forest if we do it together. Protecting forest is protecting our relatives. Kuresumanga, thank you very much. Bongi Melo, muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruka, for the so true words, and thank you. And so eso que Ruka está diciendo de
Everything
la
that
necesidad de protección
was said about the protected areas, the indigenous peoples, and the cooperation among the peoples is what's going to speak our next speaker, our friend Juan Carlos Hinchach Arcos. He's the Executive Secretary of the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities. These group of organizations in Africa, in Asia, Latin America, has represented the indigenous peoples against the UNFCCC. And he was elected as a Nobel Prize in 2023. He was shortlisted for the Nobel Peace Prize.
No se olviden. Quiero comenzar por ahí.
Never forget, I would like to start there and I will end there. I would like to invite you all, for each one of you, to start thinking, those who do not know the Amazon region, our leaders in the Amazon region, we must honor and we must remember our ancestors. I have such a great respect and love for that, and then I am extremely sentimental. In this context, the elderly, and then the leaders of the Úmeros, the Huencos, maybe it's very difficult to understand, but each nationality and peoples have come together and organized, and that is the core and the root that I want to share. In their memory, the male, female leaders and grandparents who came together, the clans, organizations, clusters who created these communities. They create federations and organizations. We have created confederations, and we have also created a great world alliance of tropical and territorial forests with two basic principles. Principle number one, to honor the earth, the Mother Earth, the territorial indigenous peoples. Secondly, the leadership, to love and respect the leadership, to support the leadership that have been elected in an assembly. Under this context, the community organization, the governance, what is the best adapted concept? We believe it is extremely important, and I would like to ask you, what is the most ancient province of the Amazon region in my country? What is the most historical organization in the country? Each one of you know your own history and story of the Quichua, Wao, Shuar peoples. It is important to understand and to remember the walking of this leadership and not to disconnect from the spiritual part. That is actually the core. My organization, Ficha, now is Fish The institutionality, back in 1964, it was created, legally speaking, in times of dictatorship, very difficult times. They came together in the assembly in a ceremony by taking Naikiwa Natem Naituna. And I do that since I was a little child. And it is very important to honor that process and how the organization has emerged territorially speaking. And then we reached the confederations, the CONAIE, the COICA organizations in 1984. We started dreaming, and I'm here speaking among you all because my elders, my grandparents have dreamed about, your grandparents have dreamed about this. And so I would like to invite you all to get to know more the institutionality, the governance, and the indigenous organization. Within this process, it is also important to think. We were actually speaking about the largest provinces, the most beautiful ones. Each one of you who are aware of the Amazon region, I can say Morona Santiago province, or I can say the northern part, or Sucumbíos or Napo province, and beautiful territories, wonderful ones. But in this context, Yaku or Pastasa, 7 nationalities, that's the capital of a confederation. It is very important, beautiful to see all the male and female leaders and the parliaments, the dialogues, all leaders engaged there. They are a geopolitical center and their organization, and many of them actually participate in this. These integrated peoples, brothers and sisters in unity. History is extremely important. In this journey, history tells us how boys and girls listen in the assemblies. They listen to their families in the Guayusas, Guayusupina. They listen in the ceremonies. I have been singing with rituals with all the masters. Beautiful. We should not stop that. We should not disconnect from that because of leadership. Everything is perfect. We must honor. We have to be humble in this journey. And under that process, I would like to honor my mother, because when the mother cries, I cried. When my mother was happy, I was happy. But in this process, each one of you, both men and women, leaders, everyone has their own story. When remembering your grandparents, the visionary leaders, and the Wainakus, the Imeros, and in their own language, visionary people. That's where we work together and connected. The organization and the spirit of the unity. What is actually dividing us? Competencies, egos. But the organization is not composed of just one individual, but the entire assembly. It belongs to the nature and us. The chronology, the story that I invite all leaders not to forget, we must honor that process, because each leader and leadership have their own respect and must be heard from their own proposals. This process, which is important, that I'm honored to share with you, thanks to the love, to the respect of the leadership of this great global alliance. I am here communicating as part of the people, the Shuar peoples. And I came to communicate and share. Perhaps we don't see each other every single day, but the leaders who talked before me in Congo, talking about the Afro descendants, in Africa, the Mesoamerica, talking with the Shuar, the Waronis sharing with others. We are in a process that since 1992, we started to make a change. We had 3 minutes for leaders to speak in front of all those summits that you are aware of. We don't go just to visit and for tourism. Of course, we take pictures, that's beautiful. But we have these life agendas that you honor your parents, your organizations, and your institutionality. That is the work that we do with the global leaders who historically 12 years ago in the Paris Agreement formalized this global pact. From the Amazon basin, from the Caribbean, Mesoamerica, and from Brazil, not only the Amazon region, but other ecosystems, other peoples in alliance and brotherhood that we have local communities and Afro descendants. We all are brothers and sisters, and we can work together. Now, I would like to reflect upon something and the final message. I think it is very interesting when I speak to recap and honor those visionaries for the organization. The agenda of the life plan is not different. Our book that connects the ancestral science and territorial science. That's what we must recover to have the better leadership to honor the land, the family, the peoples. We make mistakes, but this means that the indigenous movement is facing unity in one confederation, in one federation, and the global alliance of tropical forests unique in the world. And I am honored to be the spokesperson because of the respect of those leaders like Ruka, like Family Cuidel, like David Sucre, like Joseph, all of them, yeah, Matusha, and all those leaders who have come in here to share in the different working groups with actual proposals and solutions that you have taken away with you to your territories. We have become invincible. We have been last. They have ignored us, but we must feel proud of who we are. The final message to me in this process and in this change, we, the territorial organizations, with determination and the exercise where we have learned from our elders and the change of perspective, you already know that. To me, and I would like to summarize this. In this Western world, everything is copied and imposed. But please give us the opportunity and respect and honor those leaders because they are facing day after day, about crimes, minute after minute. You become the messengers. You're the ones who can distribute the light, not me. I'm just someone who walks through. I am Hintiak. That is a pathway, and I request unity in this framework. The governance system of the territory by honoring the parents and our ancestors, indigenous peoples, and their own governance. We have proposals and solutions for the world. Thank you.
Juan Carlos Hintiach. Estamos preparados para
now we are prepared to present Juan Nae. Since he was very young, he was a young Waurani. He has been representing several units of his organization. He has engaged in several discussions, workshops, and assemblies. But the particular thing that I have seen in Juan is that growth in the last decade has taken him from being a student in the city of Quito in the San Francisco University until becoming a leader who is leading big processes both in the country and the region. Juan is going to let us know what happened last week in Ecuador we had the FOSPA,
socioambiental
the
amazónico,
Amazonian Forum. Those who are unaware of these, that this is part of the Great World Social Forum. The social platform has brought together hundreds of organizations from civil society, indigenous peoples, the academia, and several sectors that represent not only the indigenous people, but who are following a very clear agenda for many years. It has to deal on how to seek alternatives and solutions to climate injustice and social injustice and the destruction of the territories, the forests, the peoples, and the rights and the breach of the rights of the indigenous peoples. It's an honor to present or to introduce one because he's going to summarize what are the most important resolutions of the Amazonian Social Forum, FOSPA. Welcome.
Guapone, Gaguareque, hermanos, hermanas, ¿cómo están? Un gusto.
Brothers and sisters, such a pleasure to be here. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm coming from Orellana. You know that leaders are always on side. We have a big threat. Yesterday, we had to be at the door of the Yasuni while we are speaking here, and colonization is not moving forward. My people is insistent on the fight, but I thought it was very important to come here. I was about to call off this invitation, but I said we are going to get there. Apologies for my delay. And president of the Waorani people in Ecuador. First of all, we are people, indigenous peoples. We have recently contacted civilization. My peoples are they Tagori and Taromenani, who are voluntarily isolated peoples. For several days, we have carried out an important event in Puyo City. And I was invited 2 years ago in Bolivia, and the entire process that we have had from the Guarani resistance. The disclosing in the Bolivian Amazon region, I told them that the Amazon region in Ecuador have their own peoples that we were fighting to. It was important that the brothers of 9 countries can come here because here in the Amazon region we have 11 nationalities and 23 organizations who comprise the Amazon region. All the achievements are interesting. They are so interesting. And after the event, I have been analyzing and thinking what are we going to get here? Or how are we going to move forward? What are going to be the next steps? Because we said that we are going to meet in 2 years in the Colombian Amazon region. But the nice part of the FOSPA, the Pan-Amazonian Social Forum, we had the governance model where we stated that the indigenous peoples also have the capacity to show the world that we can organize ourselves because we have organized ourselves for many, many years. This was called co-governance because the 7 nationalities of Pastaza came together, not as the owners or the host of the event, but just to welcome people from the Amazon basin. And the 33 countries who came and visited the city of Puyo, the city and the door of the Amazon region and the Yasuni. So there's part of a fight, there's part of a plan. Of course, FOSPA has been developing for several years all this process. But we said this year is going to be different. Beyond the declaration, we are going to have an action plan. That was the interesting piece of that resolution. For starting the FOSPA, the indigenous peoples of the Amazon basin, we were close to where the FOSPA was the scenario for the indigenous people. So to present and submit an action plan and a mandate to the committee, we are going to submit this to to the governments of 9 countries to let them know that the Amazon region is not empty, it's not just a void place, but where there's life and the indigenous peoples are under resistance. We participated as indigenous people, the Afro descendants, the youth, the children. That's the wonderful part of it that we had a camp. Some mandates from the youth came out. In the Quechua language, we say Puyo. That means that some resolution mandates came up, and they were very important. Within them, we had an action plan to defend the territory, the rights of nature, the diversity, and youth and economy for life. Because we understand that as indigenous peoples, when we talk with principle, we live and we are under the resistance of that first line. And I think it's so important to tell you that I came with this book and closing the FOSPA event, as I said before, within those events, we came up with an action plan to move forward in this line. But I'll have to tell you that I found this book called the celebration of the Feast of Oil, because they talk about that the Auca and Salvaje people. Now we call them the Waorani. In the 70s, there is the progress or the advance of colonization at many stakeholders in my territory in the Amazon region. Before I forget, I wrote a text. We finished with this. As Waroni, we have been there for many years, and before the state, it's been the indigenous peoples who have been there, and we're still there. And we were against the decolonization and the state, as this book says, it is the Feast of Oil. In 1917, on page 145, it is good, you can find this, the companies with the oil army murdered indigenous peoples, many of the wise people, the Wauranis. No one said anything. Not the state. They said that this was people that had right. Now, they want to expel us from our own territory. They call the Indians without any rights, indigenous without rights. And we have said it's enough. The indigenous, we have said it's enough. But the campesino, mestizo, Afro-descendants, and indigenous peoples, we have been together, and we have called one territory, Arequione. That's the slogan from FOSPA, and it is important, brothers and sisters, to conduct ourselves. As we said, the indigenous peoples are not alone. We are with all of you. As Juan Carlos said, you're also pioneers of this process of fight so that the Amazon region and our territory is intact and that we can keep living and existing in those territories. Thank you, brother and sister. Because of time constraints, I just summarized my presentation. I hope that you are taking away a good message to build together. Thank you. Thank you so much. That FOSPA process was strong. Thank you for sharing with us today. So we have reached the end of block number 2. We are going to have a short break to do whatever we need to do to come back and then start session or block number 3. I would like to thank Belém for joining us tonight in this journey and your kindness, and to recognize that from her. I don't know any final words, Belén. I would like to resonate and also share that we see clearly that the connectivity and connection is bearing fruit. 30 years ago, we were not able to see this general comprehension of the Amazon ecosystem in all its parts. But beyond the crisis, there is a great opportunity of what is happening in this event itself. We see the Amazonian Scientific Panel not only working in the Amazon region, but in the Congo, the People's Alliance, globally speaking, we're working in Asia, Africa, the Americas, with all the peoples. And all the international system of the United Nations with their own organizations and agencies that are supporting the governments and to support with public policies that are protecting the continuity and avoid the disruption of these ecosystems. But we also have the private sector. There are many artists here, and rather than a crisis, I see an opportunity. Thank you to TEDxAmazônia for the first step and opening the space in the place that we call the heart of the Amazon region, the center south at the Amazon of the Andes and the Ecuador Andes. And that's where the big basins start from Kinshasa towards the Amazonas. This is one of the most important rivers of the planet, and we are witness that in the next 30 years, the Amazon region is flourishing and more alive than ever. Thank you very much. Okay, now we go to a break. We will start at 6:40 p.m. 6:40 p.m. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Yo, ay pamanda causa e manda takishunchi. Yo, ay pamanda causa e manda hat tarishunchi saraya.
Gracias. Listo.
¿Cómo están? ¿Bien? ¿Con energía?
How are you all doing?
Queremos darles la bienvenida al bloque 3 de TEDxAmazônia. Y para empezar lo vamos a hacer con mucha música y ritmo. Así que quiero presentar a Brenda. Es cantautora guayaquileña.
Mucho tiempo sentí que tú eras mi luna y mi sol. Y desde que te perdí, no lloré tu partida, no lloré tu partida. Por mucho tiempo mentí, jugué con mi suerte y al fin me he despojado del más grande frenesí, grande frenesí. Como un pájaro que vuela, vuela libre como el fuego, ya no siento más el miedo de nacer de nuevo. Como un pájaro que vuela, vuela libre como el fuego, hoy te vuelves con el viento en tu ser entero, en tu ser entero, en tu ser entero. Muchísimas gracias. Mi música a veces suena a esa fuerza de la montaña, a la sala de la casa de mi abuelita en Otavalo, en Imbabura, a esas noches de bohemia en Guayaquil, pero sobre todo suena a lo que sale de mi corazón. Yo soy Brenda, soy cantautora ecuatoriana.
I'm Brenda and I am a singer and writer, and a songwriter from Ecuador.
Es la tierra de los hombres y del mar, pura mezcla de guerrero con caña, sombrerito de paja que acompaña al cabalgar, con la esperanza delante y los recuerdos detrás. Es la tierra de los campos que con un canto te quita el llanto. Es la tierra de mis cantos que por un verso vuelvo por ellos. Cuentos que acompañan sus quebrantos al andar, se esconden en los mantos de un rosal. Elevo mi canto por su largo caminar,
levantando polvo, dejando huellas detrás. Es la tierra de los campos que con un canto te quita el llanto. Es la tierra de mis cantos que por un verso vuelvo por ello. Es la tierra de los campos que con un canto te quita el llanto. Es la tierra de mis cantos que por un verso vuelvo por ellos. Paso a paso vuelvo a ti, mi tierra. Esa canción viene de la energía de la costa, de mi abuelo, de mi bisabuelo.
Coast from my grandfather, the grandfather, and everything that I write
De donde vengo.
is inspired from where I come from. And I honor the memory of my family in the Andes, in the highlands, and the coast. The next song is In the Earth, en la Tierra. And this is an honor to the entire program.
Esta canción también podemos movernos un poquito, si quieren. Tiene esa alma del zapateado. En la tierra puedo ver la luz de tus ojos y el vaivén de tu silueta al bailar, de tu alma palpitar por una fuerza natural, una fuerza natural, una fuerza natural. A ver esos aplausos. En la cumbre de tus brazos te entregué mi corazón, y en el canto de mis labios se quedó un suspiro. ¡Vámonos! Qué hermoso estar aquí con ustedes. Un aplauso para ustedes. Que viva el Ecuador, que viva la Amazonía. Luz de luna al despertar, te vi mis besos olvidar y mis ojitos sollozar y mi sonrisa marchita. mover. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Brenda.
Thank you so much, Brenda. A great applause to Brenda, who has awakened us in this afternoon, this evening. In TEDxAmazônia, this vision, we were very lucky to have these brain trusts, and there were so many people who were part of this team, guided us a little bit in the theme, in the decisions that we were making, all the topics to be discussed here. And indeed, I would like to invite one of the members of our brain trust, Maria Jose Andrade Cerda. She is from the Quichua peoples in Ecuador as a representative of a new generation of indigenous advocates as she combines the ancestral knowledge and political incidents in Copenhagen to protect the Amazon region and to guarantee the self-determination of the indigenous peoples. Majo, please, go ahead. How are you doing? Well, very good. We all were actually dancing a little, but now we are going to listen to the practices and the knowledge of those who are here. We are so excited for you to have you here, those who are joining us from the Ecuadorian Amazon, as well as from other. Great plus for Mama Cata. Mama Cata, she is the member of the Amazonian Women's Collective, and she is a member of, and she uses all the singing to protect the community. She has represented the Amazonian women in mobilizations and international fora, including a visit to the United Nations with Amazon Watch, demanding the territorial protection against extractivism. A great applause to her, please. This is mostly a conversation that we would like to have with Mama Cata, and I call her Mama Cata because she remembers the grandmothers that we have on site in the territories. Without them, there would be no knowledge and the territorial advocacy that we carry out. Tonight, I am so proud and with a great honor that she is here. Because many times these are not visible because of the age of the gender. So Mama Cata, I would like for you to tell me a little bit of everything that you have gone through and what have you done with many girls like myself to get so inspired from your work. Well, first of all, I would like to thank those who invited me to be here tonight. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to all the organizers. And now, I would like to start by talking with my grandchild. She's not actually my grandchild, but she is actually leading my way. She is walking through the pathway that I have already walked through. So to me, those who are here are still babies. They are just going through the pathway that I have already walked through since 1992. I started to work in the organization. Now I am 77 years old. 2 years ago, I stopped working as a territory leader in my own organization, the Pastaza Shuar Federation, where I had to work a lot and bring in all the world territories that were hidden. Brothers, sisters, children, look at me. I'm not as young as you are, but I am brave enough to defend and advocate my land, the jungle, to defend and advocate for the rivers because we live from it. The forest is our life. And that is what we want to leave you in your hands, to follow the pathway, to keep defending and fighting those territories, and teaching to the children, to the youth, guiding them through the right path without betraying your people, without betraying your own organization. That's our commitment. And we have to keep it going and moving forward in this fight. We are no strangers here. We all are indigenous people. It's not about Bolivia, Venezuela, or another country. We all are indigenous with a single vision, with a single thinking, and a single territory. Our brothers and sisters from the Amazon region. A great applause, please.
Mamá Cata, conversar
Mama
siempre con
Cata,
usted es un placer.
talking with you is always a pleasure.
Es una motivación para todos nosotros.
It's such a great motivation to all of us. Were you motivated now?
Pues comentarles también otra historia. ¿Por qué Mamá
Just
Cata
to
me ha
tell you another
inspirado
story why Mama Cata has inspired me so
En el
much.
año 2016 yo estuve sola
Back in
viviendo en un
2016,
país
I was
externo, aprendiendo una
living
nueva
on my
lengua.
own in a foreign country, learning
Tratar de
another
apoyar
language
también en mi comunidad.
to try to support my
Y
community
llegó
as well.
Mamá Cata a la universidad.
But then Mama Cata came to the
Y con
university,
este mismo valor, con este mismo
and with the
recuento, con
same
las agallas,
bravery,
se enfrentó a un
courage,
público que no hablaba su idioma y
she
les dio el mismo
faced
mensaje que les está
an
dando a ustedes.
audience that didn't speak
Y
her
fue muy
language, and she
reconfortante estar
delivered the
con
same
ella.
message that she's delivering
Y por
tonight, and it
eso
was so comforting to be with her.
estos
And
días
that's
creo
why
que yo les invito a
these
ustedes a conversar con
days
ella.
I would like to invite you
Porque
all to
conversar
talk with
con
her,
nuestras abuelas
because
muchas veces es
talking
difícil.
with our grandmothers
A
sometimes it's
veces no
kind of
escuchamos.
difficult. Sometimes we don't even
Y con
hear.
Mamá Cata podemos hacer eso.
And
Y
with
otra
Mama
pregunta que
Cata,
le quiero
we
hacer,
can do
Mamá
that.
Cata. Quizá
There's
no
another
muchos
question for
de
you, Mama
aquí
Cata.
saben qué
Perhaps
es ser
not so
dirigente
many
del
of you
territorio.
know what means to be a
Cuando
leader
usted
of a
dijo las
territory.
picas, significa
When you talk
delimitar
about the biggest, that
Mamá
is
Cata.
to limit the
Usted es una de
territory.
las
And Mama
primeras
Cata
mujeres
is one
mayores
of the
que se enfrenta a ese
first
desafío. Y me
elderly
gustaría
women
que
who
nos cuente
have faced
una de
this
las
challenge.
tantas historias que
Please
tiene
let us
de
know
hacer esos
from
límites territoriales.
one of the so many stories that you talk about these
Primeramente,
territory
quiero
limits.
decir a la juventud,
Well, first of all, I would like to tell the
no
youth,
digan, no nos dan espacio.
please don't say that
¿Qué
we
pasó en
don't
mi
give you the
federación?
space. What happened in my
Nadie quiso
federation?
aceptar en una
No
asamblea
one
ser
wanted to
dirigente de
accept in
territorio.
assembly to be the
Todos
leader of
decían,
territory.
usted, no,
They all
yo estoy
said,
ocupada.
you're
No,
not. I
yo
know I'm
también tengo
busy.
trabajo.
No,
No,
I
yo
also
estoy
have
trabajando
work.
en el-
No,
yo estoy-
I'm working elsewhere, etc.
Me paré y dije, la juventud tiene que asumir la responsabilidad.
The youth must assume the
Aprender
responsibility. They must learn
cómo se defiende el territorio.
how the territory
Aún
must
a
be
cuesta de la
defended,
vida de uno. Hay que
even
pararse.
at the expense of
Quien
one's
sea.
life. We have to
Entonces,
stand still and
yo
we have to
asumí
stand up for ourselves.
la
So
dirigencia de territorio,
I took upon
la cual
the leadership of that territory.
una semana en la montaña,
There was 1 week
solamente
on the
comiendo
top of the
un
mountain,
platanito para acostarme,
just eating one banana
delimitando los
before
territorios
going
de
to
las
bed,
comunidades.
just
Bien
outlining
cansada,
and
hasta las 6
limiting the
quedábamos en la
territories.
montaña.
We were so exhausted
Un
at
chucho
6
comía
p.m.
y
on the
volvía a
mountain,
acostándonos.
just one blanket.
Delimité el título global de NAMAC.
I also limit the global
con
title
Quechua.
of Namak,
Ahí
which
permanecí en la
is
selva
adjacent to the Chuar
unas 3
people.
semanas.
I stayed in the jungle for 3 weeks.
Mírenme en mi edad.
Just look at my
Lo que a mí
age.
me daba coraje,
What gave me the
esta selva
courage
viviente me
of
necesita
this
a mí,
living
que le
jungle
defienda,
is that
que esté con ellos.
she needed me to defend it,
Eso
to be
hice.
with them. And that's what I did. I just got all the strength, and the spirits of the jungle joined me at night. There was such a big mountain. They said that there was a tiger. And I said, the tiger is not going to do anything to me. If I am the one who's defending them, why are they going to hurt me? That's what I wonder. There was another college who was a leader of the youth, and she was with her baby. And with her, we had to lay down on the floor. And we said, if something's going to happen to us, well, anything can happen to us, but not the baby. We took care of that baby. That's how we got the global title. That's how I limited the territories of all the communities. A 30-year problem where they were fighting between neighbors. They said, no, you're not going to fix that. But I said, I will. And I'm heading to that with a very strong spirit. So I fixed it. I got the pica. And those limits were all set. All set in the territory. Lastly, I got the pica from Achuar and Shuar peoples. You're not going to believe this, but I have witness. I have these witnesses, and I had to go up the mountain for an hour and then another hour down with all my people, because I didn't want to leave them behind and alone. Maybe they can be snakes who can bite them. They can probably get caught with the knives. They can get coughs and colds. But still, we walked through a week through the mountain to get those picas for limits. That was my last job. And that example is what I leave to you. The territory is life, and we must defend it at the expense of our life. The rivers, the mountains, the spirits of the jungle who are living in there, the animals, medicinal plants that in that divine nature contained and given by God. And that will protect all of us, and that always with no fear to anyone, to advocate what is for you, what is yours, and defend this for the future generations. Because myself, I could probably be gone tomorrow, but I would like to leave you with this advice and that strength so that you keep moving forward with no fear to anything, because that way we can defend and live, and we will leave this in the hands of the future generations on site in the territory. Thank you very much. And now that we have a few more minutes, I would like to highlight this strength of Mama Cata, that we print this on our hearts and to keep blowing the flame for the fight for the Amazon region without losing that strength, without losing that ancestral knowledge that we have. Mama Cata, I would like to invite you so that you can fill us with your sweetness, because Mama Cata sings. So I would like for this audience to hear you, to listen to your singing. I'm going to sing for the water, for nature. There are so many things going on. And this is from me to you, where I would like to take you to the jungle so no one would bother you, so that you get the eyes of the water that are so crystal clear, so that everyone is gathered in there, in that jungle, in that nature that we all need, because we need pure air. The weather right now and the planet is increasingly crying for help to all of us. That's why I'm telling you, our lives is nature, the water, the air. Therefore, we need to take care of it. And now I'm going to sing to you.
Viñano kuchiruta, viñano kuchiruta, vikaya sakak jathai, vikaya sakak jathai, viña uchiruna, viña uchiruna ku. Yahayarum kata Yahamatzat maktiatahai Yahamatzat maktiatahai Vinya uchi chiruna Vinya uchi chiruna Yaksha kampunyon ma wika chaten ma Vinya nuinkyu Vika nuinkyu sakak tiatau Vinya uchi chiruna Ato mashi parma Nunca matsat kamun maku Vinya uchiruta Nui matsam sarmu Ensayam rukta Nonaku tahar meta Vinya uchiruta Vinya nuku chiruta Vikaya sakak jathai Vikaya sakak jathai Makit.
Bueno, con esta emoción que nos deja.
It's such an excitement that Catalina lives here with us. Thank you for sharing your soul with us. And doing all this trip alone, because she came alone from our community. We appreciate this and for joining us. And Catalina, please a great applause to her. Before introducing the next speakers, I would like to thank our partners. Without them, this event wouldn't have been possible. All the allies, aliados, IDB Group, the Viatero, and our adventure partners that we will talk more about them at the end. Thank you so much for trusting in these crazy experiences in the middle of talks, a little bit tight, but thanks for the effort and the patience and everything that you have worked on. Thank you so much. Now I would like to introduce our next speakers. We are going to have two wonderful experiences. Alexis Joel Grefa, he is a young Quiche indigenous man from the Ecuadorian Amazon. He was part of the Yakuma Amazonian Cottage Initiative, traveling the Amazonian rivers to raise awareness about the defense of indigenous territories and rights. He's currently the International Affairs Director of the Quechua people of Pastaza, where he promotes global alliances to strengthen indigenous governance, climate justice, and the leadership of the new Amazonian generations. And he will be joined by Lucia. Lucia, she is a Maya Quiche woman from an artist, filmmaker, community journalist, architect, and cultural manager. And she's she was born in Totonicapán, Guatemala, a part of the team of Ana Munahua. He's a pioneer in the artistic activities and a fight against climate justice. She has been an activist of human rights and an indigenous journalist for the massacre of Totonicapán on October 4th, 2012. Welcome, Alexis and Lucia. It's such a pleasure to have you both here. Today, I ask permission to the ancestors of this territory, to the Pastaza River, to the trees and mountains, to the animals, to the insects who are part of the oldest grandmother, the Amazon region. I also honor the wisdom of the peoples of the tobacco, the ayahuasca. I bring with me the energy of the folk Stone and the Zapara peoples who joined us in the trip. I bring the jungles of Mayava and the territory of my ancestors, Ishimuleo, known as Guatemala, the land of corn. Yingla Maraca, the rivers, the jungle, so that through our voices we can tell this story that changed our lives, and that also perhaps inspired many so that they can be here listening to us. We ask for permission to the great grandmother to put our word to call the Yakumama, which means the path of the water. I would like to tell you that I was part of a life transforming trip that was called Yakumama, being myself a Quiche woman. To me, it was such a great honor to walk, learn, and become part of a journey that lasted more than 30 days by navigating in the river from the port of Coca in Ecuador towards Belém, Pará in Brazil, with a delegation of nearly 60 people, because these changed according to the path of the river of those storytellers who were very clear that there cannot be a climate and biodiverse and environmental conversation without us, the peoples and the indigenous youth. When I was a kid, I learned that the river does not speak loud or scream or does not impose, but it always finds a way. I come from the living territory of the Piatua Great River. I was raised in the Ecuadorian Amazon region, where the territory and the trees are not a landscape, but are a family, where the water is not just a resource, it is a memory, where the jungle teaches us that everything is connected. However, very soon I learned that the world does not see the territory with the same eyes as we do. For many, this territory is an empty space, perhaps soon to be exploited. But to us, it is our home. And that diversity, that difference makes everything change. Because for so long, I always thought that defending the Amazon region was just to resist. We decided to take this journey as an exercise of narrative sovereignty, of autonomy, and to tell our own story. The COP30 to us was we were within that we were able to amplify the territories that we were visiting. We were the echo of the water and the polyphony of voices. Our trip started in the mountain in the Bicayambe grandmother that is behind us. We decided to ask for permission to honor the land and to request protection to start this journey. That's what I learned, and I saw how the Napa River starts from a glacier. And my heart started to beat very deep in how the water from the sky, from into ice. Now, drop after drop came down and transformed into trees, forests, and they came towards the jungle. I saw how a bird transformed with its beak and transported hundreds of seeds, and life started. There are hundreds of people who come from the water, who come from the trees, who come from the monkeys, the jaguars, from tobacco, from the acid, from the miambe. That's where love starts, in the heart and the lungs and the love of the world.
Not long ago, I had the privilege of being part of the Yakumaba Amazon flotilla. We traveled hundreds of kilometers along Amazonian rivers, but in truth, it was not a journey over water. It was a journey to connect worlds. Every community reminded us that defending territory belongs not only to those of us who live there, it belongs and it's a responsibility of all humanity. And as we travel those rivers, we rediscover something we often forget. Rivers know no borders. Water, born in one territory, gives life to many others. And struggles work the same way. A struggle that begins in a small community can end up inspiring people on the other side of the planet. And that is exactly what happened. It was a journey of going and coming back, of leaving and returning, where we learn by doing and from territories that we always have held the answers. Some have forgotten on this journey. We came to remember and reconnect with our great grandmother, the Amazon rainforest. In the midst of extermination and land theft across most of our territories, there are many people that still survive, continuing revitalizing their memory. Quiche in Spanish means many trees. When we say we are Quiche, we are the forest naming ourselves. It is the forest that takes care of us, the forest that saves us. To get away from the idea that humans are the center of everything. Amidst this trip, we witness the destruction of the largest jungle in the world. Members of the crew that came with us from the higher part of the Amazon, this Amazon that was kept by the Causasacha people, cried when witnessing the destruction downstream. Kathy told me with tears in her eyes that for her it was hard to see that the reality they are living in their territory is different for our brothers living downstream. Yakumama, the mother of water, allows us to meet the indigenous youth, scientists, artists, academics, journalists, and leaders from different countries. For the first time, many people did not look at us as victims. They saw us and they heard us as protagonists. They were not trying to speak for us. They wanted to walk with us. And we understood that international advocacy is not about traveling around the world. Rather, it is about helping the world understand that indigenous peoples are not the past. We are a proposal for the future. Sometimes people think political participation begins when someone holds office, and I do not believe that. Politics begin when a community decides not to give up and take care of their territory, when young people decide to organize, when a woman raises her voice, when the peoples write their own future. Positions come later. They are a consequence, not a goal. The originary peoples were born from the natural thinking. Hundreds of years ago, before being typified by anthropological categories, we understood ourselves as natural beings because that is what we are. We say that we are the answer and the living alternative to a model of extermination, dispossession, and destruction. But this is not a beautiful poem or a metaphor. It is our daily way of life. Yakumama is inside me, in my veins, in my inner rivers. It is part of what I have discovered along this journey. It is part of a trip that I dreamt of doing when I was a child. The first time I heard about the Amazon, it was because of my dad when he told me the story of Chico Mendes. For me, it was important to recognize my connection, the connection that I have with the water and the jungle. Now I have a family at the jungle. Now I have the honor of serving as the Paquires International Affairs leader. But that role did not begin on election day. It began much earlier. It began in canoes going along the rivers of the Amazon, in community assemblies, in talking to young people, in difficult conversations where we learn that defending the Amazon also means talking to the world because it's not only about resisting and withstanding. We need to influence, to negotiate, to build proposals. We have to occupy the spaces where for centuries others made decisions for us and do so without ceasing to be who we are. Organizing, walking, and telling the story of Yakumama was making a dream come true. It was also a journey full of dreams. We had over 2 million views worldwide with this broadcasting in between indigenous storytellers from the Amazon, from Ecuador, and allies from other territories. I believe it is important to talk about how strong the connection of dreams was. We dreamt a lot in this trip, and dreaming is about counting the stars with your hands. Dreaming is bringing connectivity and continuity to existence, the deepest connection we have, a bridge between heaven and reality. My grandparents said that we could talk to them through the stars, which are a portal. In this journey, I wrote my story and my relationship with the jungle, and all of these texts that I am sharing with you are a part of this journey. Everything has a life, everything has a spirit, and I learned that at the Marañón River. The Yakumana was a trip within myself that brought me home while being exiled. I understood that the whole world is my home. I am my territory. The community force of my people comes to me and with me. I am part of the water, of the stars. We cross borders and we find dreams. The Amazon does not need heroes. It needs us to learn how to listen. The Amazon will not be saved by more technology or more speeches alone. It will be saved when those who have protected the forest for thousands of years take the place they should always have had in decisions about the future of our planet. And that future has already begun. It is not only being written in parliaments, academia, or big cities, it is also being written in a canoe navigating an Amazonian river, in a community that chooses to care, to resist, to withstand when indigenous youths transform resistance into proposals. Also, these stories live in the mountains. And this fight is not only the Amazon's fight, it is in the mountains in Guatemala, home to my sister Lucia, and in peoples who, like us, continue proving that memory can become the future based on the future. We want to remember that it was more than 30 days with hundreds of learnings. It was a trip that really changed our lives. It put our lives at risk as well in one of the most dangerous routes in the planet, where we had soccer matches and disputing of pleasure and the resistance of indigenous youths. We had laughs. We got mad with each other. We had lots of coffee and with lots of sugar, just taking backpacks from one bag, one canoe to other. We were floating family in a boat full of dreams. Almost a year after, we found ourselves in this land where everything connects. We have reunited with some of the crew and seen how most of us are now in spaces of service and community leadership, not only occupying those spaces, but already generating political action through clear proposals shaped by collective experience. The forest and the river gave us the strength to continue in this path. Many territorial leaders trusted us with their stories, opened their territories to us, and told us, take our voice to those spaces where decisions are made for us, where we cannot access. So we understood this wasn't only an action of trust, but a great responsibility to us. And now we're here occupying these spaces, taking their voices, their dreams, their fights, because the Amazon doesn't need us to talk for it, but to actually listen to it. And while decisions continue being made on our territories without our participation, we will continue being here, getting to people, raising our voices so that they can be heard. And we are here, honoring the promise. Here we are, coming back to Yaku Mama, the mother of water, where everything began. It's been a pleasure to hear two great friends of mine because I have the honor of saying they are my friends. They are part of my family. And also, I want to say that Yaku Mama was at my community, at the Quichua community. We hug them. We send them lots of blessings. And I believe this is what these spaces are also about. We would like all of us to think, how can we continue connecting ourselves to the territory? I know that many of us come from the territory, but many of you are also in spaces where you can help us advocate. It is the time, as our brothers and sisters said, for us to listen to the Amazon, understanding that the Amazon is the home for everyone, that without the Amazon, we cannot move forward. And in this sense, I would truly love for everyone to be able to know all of the Amazon spaces. But one of my cousins was saying it's not so necessary to come to the heart of the jungle to actually give us support. We can always support each other by working together, but supporting these leaders, these initiatives that are born from the territories. And this is the reason why I believe it is time to hear someone who is fundamental this evening. I want to welcome Davinson. Davinson, visitante Payaguaje, is a lead youth of the Secopai nationality here in the Ecuadorian Amazon, and coordinates the indigenous guard leading patrols and territorial monitoring to protect his territory. Why is he defending it? Because there is a lot of illegal extraction, and he integrates environmental defense with the preservation of ancestral traditions such as the Yange ceremonies. So round of applause for Davidson. First of all, I would like to welcome you in the name of the nation Sigapay that are located in the Shishpindi Canton. I am one of the youths of the Sigapay nationality. I love my culture. I respect the elders. And you might wonder why I'm dressed like this, because since I was a child, I've loved to get dressed like this. I love that of my country. I come from the Amazon jungle of Ecuador, the Sucumbíos province, the San Pablo community. I am going to translate the Secopay words. I will translate it into Spanish. In Spanish, this means multicolor people. That's what Secopay means, and probably you heard the nationality Secopay. And the Secopay is only comprised by 800 people, and we are located in 6 communities and different communities, but we are not divided. We are together as our grandparents who have kept the culture alive, have kept the law, and now the youths will continue keeping our culture alive to continue being Siekopay, because a Siekopay without the jungle will not be a Siekopay or an indigenous person. That's why I am here representing my nationality and represented my great nationality, Siekopay. And I would like to say that this nationality is at the border of extinction. And I'm not saying this for you to pity us, but for you to understand why I'm here and why I quit the most important festivities in my nationality that happens these days on the 26th, 27th, and 28th of August. So I came here to talk about the territory, to pay respects to my territories and talk about the indigenous guard and the advice of our elders. On the 26th at night, the grandparents, parents, youths, and guards come to a house to drink yahe, to get connected with the elders, to meet their families, to meet the spiritual world, how the Siekopay nationality is. And I'm going to talk about Yahe. Yahe is a sacred vine for us as Siekomay nationality. The Yahe vine is cooked with Yaheko to drink, to put together this beverage. And Yahe gives us wisdom, advice of how the elders live. And they drank this on August 26th. And now on August 27th, in the early morning at 4 a.m., the grandparents, parents, youths, guards get together in a coliseum to drink yoko. Yoko is another vine, but a different kind of vine. Yoko gives us wisdom and advice. It opens a path to be a good protector of the territory and of the wisdom of our grandparents. And that is the function that Yoko has. And on August 28th, the children, the youths, the elders come in very typical attires as I'm dressed. That's how the grandparents and children get dressed to represent that even though we are few, we keep our culture alive, the culture of our grandparents, to show, to see how the elders are in the spiritual world of our Secopay nationality. That's why I'm here talking about this. After saying this, I want to talk about the Wahosara guard that is in the territory. The Wahosara guards every month. The guards The name of the god is Wahosara, and this is a very important character for us. Wahosara was an ancestral warrior who protected our people from the Spanish, for them not to conquer our land and to gain the respect of the elders. So the guard now has this name, our guard, because we are paying homage to Wahosara, and now we are defending the territory. So the guards, sorry. Now I'm going to talk about how the territory was taken care of before and how we take care of it right now. The elders took care of it through Yahé, the sacred vine. They became a jaguar. They became the boas, snakes, to take care of the people. But that has been lost, unfortunately. And now, physically, we are taking care of our land in the physical world. We're monitoring with the guards, and it's not only the old people who do this. We have young people, we have children, 6, 7 years of age, to teach them how to defend the territory. And throughout this path, it takes us a week or 2 weeks where we will teach the children about the jungle, what it gives us. In this journey, we teach children about self-education, teaching them how Siekomai live or how Siekomai should live to continue being Siekomai. During this path, we teach the children of getting chambira and weaving baskets, teaching them how to use the things in our lands. And we also give them advice, stories, talk to them about sacred places. This is what we are teaching our children, thanks to the grandparents. And also, now we want to go back to the sacred land, which is Yukia, where we were taken from, where our elders used to live. The Yukia is the heart of the great Siekomai nation that is in the border with Peru, and this is the heart of the great Siekomai nation. That's why we want to go back, and then one day some of the elders wanted to go back. However, we were taught that you were the spies of the Peruvians, and that's why they didn't let us in. But our grandparents wanted to go back to drink Yoko Yahe and give advice, to hear, to listen from the elders in the spiritual world. That's why I say we always want to go back there. One day we will do so, and we will connect with them and be happy for our elders to rest in peace. That's why I am saying. And now about education, how it was before and how it is now. I will talk about my childhood, how it was before. Before, education was within 4 worlds. That was part of the Western world, and we would go over mathematics and physics, and that's it. But now, not to lose our things, we teach our children about self-education so that we can get back our culture. Now we teach them how to spin chambira fiber, how to get stories, how to cook yahe. We are getting this back so that children can be the next wise people, so that they can teach others about our culture. And now, after saying this, I want to give you a message by a Siekomai young person. Thanks to my grandparents, I am here. Thanks to my grandmother, Maruja Payawaje, the daughter of the last shaman, Bernardo Fayawaje. She always gives me advice. If you want to be a leader or a wise person from the Siekomai nation, you always need to follow a straight path towards respecting nature, respecting grandparents, respecting children, respecting the land. And don't be embarrassed by your cultures, because if you're embarrassed by your culture, if you do not defend your territory, you will lose your whole culture, your whole territory. You will lose the stories. You will lose drinking yahe, yojo. It's time to harness these times with your grandparents, because if they leave, a full library will go away with them. So you need to harness this as I harness my grandmother. While she is alive, she's always giving me advice, and I motivate you to continue learning about your culture, because if you know nothing, you will lose everything. So grandparents and elders will not look for the young and the children. It's the other way around. Youths and children need to look for elders. Grandparents should not oblige you to learn. Young people need to learn that, so that way they can become future wise people, future advisors, future drinkers of Yahe and Yoko, so that they can connect with the spirits of the great Siekomai nation. That's what I brought to you. Thank you all very much. I am going to introduce our next speaker, Kim Spencer.
She has worked with youth since 2016, focusing on education, conservation, and cultural preservation through community initiatives and organizations such as the South Rupununi Conservation Society, Conservation International, and Cultural Survival. Her work supports indigenous youth in strengthening their traditional knowledge while developing leadership, skills, and environmental awareness. Welcome, Kim. It's fine. We have time.
A few years ago, I stood in front of a group of students at Sand Creek Secondary School during a wildlife education session. We had just collected a memory card from a camera trap we had placed in a bush island weeks earlier. As we opened the video, a deer quietly walked across the screen. At first, there was silence. Then one student whispered, "Miss, does the mountain walk every week?" From the back, another called out, "Oh, miss, that's in the morning, right?" Suddenly, the room came alive. Students were pointing at the screen, asking questions, whispering to each other. They realized the same trail they use every week were being shared with wildlife. That short video changed the atmosphere completely. Students no longer learning about animals, but they began to understand they shared their home with them. I am Kim Spencer. I come from Katunar village in the South Rupununi of Cayenne. I grew up in Savannah, where respect for nature wasn't something learned from books. It was lived through our stories, tradition, and our everyday lives. As a child, I learned that every sign in nature carries meaning. The call of a squirrel cuckoo was something, a warning to say that something unexpected might happen. The flowering of a certain tree told us to prepare for the rain. Whether people see this as a cultural belief or a spiritual teaching, to me, it taught me an important lesson: to slow down, be alert, and pay attention to what's happening around you. My grandparents taught me to spin cotton, weave basket, and make hammock using the materials around us. They told me that everything we use comes from nature. For example, the ite palm, the fruits we use for our food, and the leaf we use for our homes. And because of that, we have a responsibility to take care of it, to use it wisely. Don't cut down small trees or the shoot. When entering a forest or the river or climbing a mountain, the elders tell me to pause, to greet the place, to ask permission, or even to give a shot of rum. Because it was a way of showing respect to the place, because we believe we were just visitors to that place. They taught me that we're not separate from nature, but we are part of it. We depend on nature for everything. Nature gives us our food, shelter, medicine, and the materials we use for our everyday lives. When we understand our relationship with nature, we learn how to live with it, not against it. To me, this is what conservation means. It's not only about protecting the wildlife, but it's about maintaining the balance between people and the environment so that they could continue to strive together. When I was 11 years old, I left my community to attend secondary school. Like many students from a remote community in Guyana, I live in the dorms to continue my education. School opened many doors for me. I learned maths, English, science, many other subjects that shaped me, the person who I am. But years later, I realized something. While I was learning many new things, I was slowly losing my everyday practices. I wasn't spinning cotton, I wasn't weaving baskets, I wasn't even listening to my grandparents' stories anymore. Not because I didn't value them, I simply lost interest. Looking back, it wasn't just skills I loosened. It was part of my connection to my culture and the environment that had shaped me. Those experiences eventually led me to see how important it is for young people to have both education and culture. We shouldn't have to choose between the two. So, later I joined the South Rubununi Conservation Society, where I began learning about wildlife monitoring. I learned bird surveys, biodiversity monitoring, and camera traps. These tools help us understand what was happening to our landscape over time. At the same time, the knowledge my grandparents have taught me was just as valuable. Science helps us document what is happening. Indigenous knowledge helps us understand the relationship built over time. Together, they not only help us understand what's happening, but what it means for a place where we live. So when I started teaching at the secondary school, I found myself returned to the environment. Not because it was part of my job or I was collecting data. I went because I missed it. I missed the open savanna. I missed the peace. During those walks, I wasn't only reconnecting with the environment, I was reconnecting with myself. And I began to look at the young people at the dorms and wondered, do they need this opportunity too? That thought was the beginning of the Wildlife Club. Not because I wanted the students to memorize facts about biodiversity, but I wanted them to experience and appreciate their own home and to connect to their roots. I want them to explore the mountain, the creeks, to realize that wildlife isn't somewhere else, it's right here, part of our everyday life. Through the Wildlife Club, students involved in many activities. They set camera traps, they listen to birds, they walk through the mountains and creeks. Sorry. They organize exhibition for their peers and the community. What was an opportunity for youths to go outside became something beautiful. That is why environmental education is important. It encourages youths to go outside, to observe, to ask questions, to be proud of their own heritage. To me, this is what indigenous-led conservation means. It is led by people who know the land, value their tradition, embrace science, and is committed to protecting both nature and their culture for future generations. I often ask myself this question: why environmental education is important? Or why am I doing this additional work? I think the answer is simple. I care and I love it. And I believe knowledge alone doesn't inspire conservation. Connection does. When young people feel connected to the place they live, they begin to ask how they can care for it. Some of the students in a wildlife club have told me that they want to work in conservation. Not because someone told them they should, but because they've experienced the joy of discovering wildlife in their own community. They realized that they could contribute. Their knowledge mattered. And conservation can be part of their future. They could be researchers, teachers, rangers, and leaders, and still be connected to their culture. Environmental education is not only about teaching biodiversity or nature. It is creating opportunity for young people to build that relationship with nature. I often think back to the classroom with a video where they walk past our camera. The students did not discover the deer. The deer was always there. But it changes the way the students saw their home. It reminded them that the mountain, savanna, isn't somewhere else, it's theirs. And I believe this is where indigenous-led conservation begins. Not with a research project, not with a camera trap. It begins with a relationship. It begins when young people understand that they're connected to the land. It grows when environmental education brings indigenous knowledge and science together. And it continues if we allow indigenous youth to learn from both. They shouldn't have to choose the knowledge of their grandparents or the knowledge in the classroom. They can carry both. Because when that relationship exists, conservation isn't something we do. It becomes part of who we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Kim. I just would like to highlight a message that she left in my heart. Maybe we should ask why we are protecting the Amazon. And she said, because we care. And that's the message. Y bueno, ahora tengo el honor y el agrado de presentar.
And now I have the great pleasure of presenting another great friend of mine from the Ecuadorian Amazon. He is Eric Terena. He is an activist of the Terena people, an artivist from the Terena people of Mato Grosso do Sul. As journalist and a sound designer, he's co-founder of Media Indígena and Mundo TV. He blends ancestral indigenous music with electronic sounds in performances held in over 10 countries. He is the executive producer and sound designer of the film Yanuni. This movie was pre-nominated for the 2026 Oscars. His career connects sonic innovation, cultural preservation, and audiovisual activism, establishing him as an international reference in the promotion of indigenous art and culture.
Buenas tardes a todos. Con permiso voy a hablar en portugués. Y quiero también
speak Portuguese. And
quiero aquí saludar a todos mis amigos, líderes también.
I would like to also greet my leader and friends. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy of being here with you. And well, I wanted to begin by saying that sound is the soul of nature. Sound is fully related with our origin, with my people, the Terena people, that has two parts, Sukigno and Ichijuno. Singing, that gives us a relation with our dreams. Once I was asked, why does the Terena people sing? Because it is music. Music is related to our traditional knowledge, ancestral and religious knowledge as well, more than popular knowledge. The story I have with music and the Terena community that I come from Pantanal, from Mato Grosso do Sul, comes since I was small and my mom used to sing to the wind, to the rain, when she sang to the harvest. And when my mom helped us in community medicine by singing, and singing also helps the community get organized. The Terena people is organized through the beat of the guaras. It is organized through singing. As we say, the singing of our shamans, we call it Koshomorechi in our traditional language, which means shaman. But for many people, for many years, we have fought for preserving and taking care of our language and our music. As I shared with you already, this music is much more related to healing. And for lots of times, it was music that was violated because it was considered back as witchcraft, and we want to end the myths, work with the youths, and understand that this is a terena sacred chant as healing music. And in my trajectory, throughout these years, listening to my parents saying that maybe that is why the knowledge and the wisdom is in different places and we have different difficulties. This brought difficulties even for speaking because I didn't know if I should speak Terena or Portuguese or what language. And probably that is why we can say that this is the first framework of my anti-colonial resistance. I didn't want to speak Portuguese, but I don't know if it was about resistance of first understanding what should I sing, what should I talk. Portuguese was a tool as Spanish, as English, as any other languages that I was able to work on with my leaders that I needed to work on to amplify their voices. I'm talking that music has been with me since I was born. I cannot leave aside my co-participation with the indigenous means, and I'm talking about Merindígena, which is one of the greatest sources of indigenous knowledge. We had millions of visualizations a month, and it was made for and by indigenous people. This media outlet amplified the voices of many indigenous people. And now we see communication advancing. And these places mean a very positive place, a comfortable place, and this is the fun part of my work, you know. I worked a lot. I moved forward. Communication led me to places that allow me to know, to listen to leaders and indigenous communities that were losing their languages. And if we lose language, we lose singing. If we lose collective singing, we are fully vulnerable to losing our identity. In accordance with the UNESCO, the recent data has taught us that 190 languages can become extinguished due to environmental impact and climate change. That people might lose their opportunity to sing. In Brazil, we are more than 300 nationalities, 254 of them are indigenous. And in some places, there are even there are sometimes two people speaking this language, and us indigenous peoples are moving forward to protect these sounds, this invasion, because sometimes the invasion is invisible. And as I told you before, here, this path is a collective path. It was a path that has always been a war, an almost invisible war, but now with music, communication guided by us, we have the warranty and we are sure that we can speak by ourselves. We have many challenges beyond indigenous rights. We have indigenous barriers, and I want to talk about music, as Elton Krenaki was saying, contextualizing this land in which we live is land that is not to be seen as a resource to be exploited. Earth is a living organism, and we need to sing for her to take care of the sky, because sound is also technology, mainly when we talk about ancestral technology that keeps the world moving. Now we have mechanisms, tools that can measure changes, even climate change, mainly focusing on indigenous peoples. Long ago in Brazil, marking indigenous lands was only analyzed by the soil, the earth, and now with communication tools, with sound, with biodiversity monitoring, we place on the negotiation table these values as well, values that are irreparable losses, values that can end the identity of us our identity and that of all indigenous and non-indigenous peoples in our planet. With this, I want to show you what this sound impact is about and how it can bring us benefits for our communities.
Bom, esse é trecho do filme Yanuni, do qual
That is a part of the Ununi video that I was able to design the sound of. It was one of the hardest scenes that we had to put the special effects to because it was about ourselves. We were talking about this, about how indigenous peoples are doing and how what they will be facing into the future. This is the sound that we call acoustic massacre. Why? Because the birds are being impacted. They are affected. Biodiversity is affected. And what tools do we use to produce our sounds with? Because the sound that I show you has a prejudice, harms the relationship with animals, with human, the reproduction of these species that are so important to keep the balance at an ecological level. So the invasive sound is an ecological tool that we need to take care of, and we are facing this. As I share with you, I had the opportunity of walking many paths, and probably in my village playing, they say that I moved farther than any other terrena because I walked a whole lot because I was part of the world. I was able to bring traditional sound to more than 26 countries, 112 festivals, millions and millions of visualizations in social networks. It was a challenge. Era un aspecto musical indígena, indigenous, to keep legacy for our community, to amplify voices so that we can visit indigenous lands, amplify voices, and also being a means of convergence, teaching people what this multicultural convergence means is where indigenous people and non-indigenous people participate so that the society that surrounds us also knows that music is a way of teaching the world how we can help ourselves. Once I was at a large festival working as a DJ, and I want to talk a little bit about the music perspective. In the middle of 360 people with many speakers, I started playing the sounds of the indigenous peoples, the Amazon jungle, and the people are used to urban sounds, daily work, trains, and the urban intensity. And for the first time, they stop and they listen to the Amazon jungle. This is one of the means we can use to teach. And I use this to teach the global society. The fact that this noise needs to recede because sound is what keeps us alive. The biodiversity that you listen to right now, that sound was from the Brownie Cacique. I had the opportunity of going to the forest beyond my community and record sound. This is a personal and collective project, and this is wanting to leave our next generations music messages and tools for them to move forward so that we do not repeat this environmental disaster that is taking over our planet. These impacts are even distorting our relationship with the indigenous people. It is our time. Is the Western world has a different perspective, but this is within the musical beat of the society. What is the rhythm, the beat that we want to give our next generation? Well, this comes from here, from other places, from where we learn. I want to thank my parents, my aunts and uncles, my local leaders, because they taught me that time needs to have a continuum in taking care of our world. To finish, I recently composed music at the Sarayago community here in Ecuador. And in every place, like people don't understand the lyrics. What is nicer is that people keep repeating. And let me say, Alpa Mama, Causa, Hatari Chumchi. This means protection of the land. The lyrics say that oil exploitation is here, that mining companies are here, that people are listening to this music and they repeat this sound over and over. So the idea is to make more music, occupy more spaces to become this permanent indigenous resistance. The sound is calling our culture for healing our earth through the sound, through our voices, and through traditional music that we are going to be dancing together to a single beat. I will find you in my next party. I believe we need to allow ourselves to party as well. Thank you very much. May we all meet making a music revolution and continuing this fight together so that this is the path towards healing the earth.
Alba manda causa e manda takishunchi. Yo. Alba manda causa e manda hat tarishunchi sara yaku yaktaga. Nyo paru kukuna shuti chishkamang. Karang yakwa pungu vitarisha ayahuasca guna ta upisha. Uray manda shuti chisha shamo naure karang yaktata. Alba manda causa y manda hat tarishunchi chichiraigo nyukanchi halpata har kasa causa anche mana kai causa y gona chingari chunisha. Chiraigo mana muna chikai petrolera guna ta nyukanchi alpa guna ta wagli chisha nisha shamos kauna.
Gracias, Eric. Increíble terminar este día.
Amazing just to finish this young leadership day, starting with Catalina, talking about the leadership of our grandmothers. And this was a strong message. Hopefully everyone is so very inspired today to continue supporting indigenous peoples in the conservation of the Amazon and the conservation of its ecosystems. Just final housekeeping regarding the experiences. I know many of you might have not been able to go. Others were exhausted because it was intense. We left at 6:37 in the morning, and some people didn't even get to their hotels. They went all the way here, straight from theirs. But I just want to remind you that the link is here for you to be able to register. Our partners have put together these amazing experiences and adventures with communities they work with. So if you have registered for these experiences, please come tomorrow. We cannot fail these communities. They have built spaces, they have just prepared their homes to receive us. Here's the link. You have the QR for the WhatsApp group as well, so that you don't miss communications on the experiences if something is leaving at a different time, or different communication as well in TEDxAmazônia activities. I want to remind you that tonight you have a free time. You can go explore baños. There are many things happening in the city. It's Friday, so it's better regarding other days. It's much more exciting. Adventures tomorrow, as the ones from WWF, will start at 7 a.m., others 7:38. You can go there. You can see this in the groups, and we will make things better so that tomorrow the adventures flow better. Then we have the talks here at 4 p.m., our last block, and we finish with the celebration of TED counting. This is a closing community in Samari. Hopefully everyone is there with full energy to close this magnificent event before our last block in on Sunday. Oh yeah, very well, yay.
Mañana, pensé que ahorita. Perdón, yo también estoy cansada.
Tomorrow, I thought to that right now. Oh, sorry.
Ahorita pensé que ibas a
I'm tired.
Les agradecemos muchísimo por su tiempo, su paciencia.
I thought you were going to do that today. Well, thank you very much anyway for your time, for your patience with adventures and experiences, and continue enjoying TEDxAmazônia. See you soon.